Good. This is Michaela from South
Hi,
Africa.
Michaela.
She lives in South Africa. This is Cuban.
Wow. Have you seen the monks in Africa? They wear purple. Yeah. And they wear like that kind of purple. Uh-huh. Then I started wearing purple. And then they call me out for it. They're like, we don't wear purple. Why are you wearing purple?
You're different.
That's awesome. Wow. I gotta travel to Africa one day. Yeah. Enlightenment happens there faster.
Really?
Yeah, no humanity, no humans.
Oh.
You're just hanging out with the leopards, you know?
Yeah. Different story.
Really? Oh, okay. I can't wait to hear it after class.
I saw that. I said, uh-oh. Oh, that first night.
I'll put it in the corner over there.
Did you want to marry?
Huh?
Which one did you want?
Does it work? Does it work? It does? Oh, okay.
Do you want string married or
I don't know yet. Hold on. Let me set this thing up.
Oh, okay. I found out you did that. Yeah, I don't often, as you know. No.
For those who are wearing shoes or whatever, you guys can take your shoes off if you like. Just to get comfortable. You don't have to be so formal in here. It's your room. Steven, what is going on here, Steven? What happened? Edit. Oh my God, I can't even. Let me do it again. Can't make yourself right at home.
Awesome.
A little crowded, little small room.
And you met Rick. I know you know him, but Joseph, you met him.
Yeah, Facebook. No. Okay, let's just sit next to Jenna for a second. Miss Brenda, you let me know when all the attendance is here,
All right.
so I can kind of get a good idea. And you guys make yourself right at home. It's really pretty eye.
That's a good thing. What is she? Is the she? He and what she do? Oh, we just play together. Yeah. So you get your harmonies down good now. Yeah, sure, I do. That's doing good. Oh, yeah. No kidding. Now, does he play in other places? That's what you're doing. You got a good place.
So.
Draw a line.
Oh, guy thing. Yeah.
Don,
Yes.
do you remember Lori?
Yes, I
Hi,
saw her.
how are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice
Good to see you again.
And that's her daughter, Kara.
Oh my
Yes,
God.
yeah. Isn't she
Like a
beautiful?
model.
I know.
Wow.
I thought that didn't surprise
Make
me.
yourself right at home.
Okay, do we take our shoes off out there? Oh, whether I got.
We got room for you guys. Steven, your water. Steven, your water. We got some bacon.
Oh, I think, sit next to
Oh,
Brenda probably.
okay.
That's okay. with you.
Sure, yeah, anywhere. Make yourself right at home.
You know, it's just so tired. You know, people repeat, here's your part.
Okay, good. What is going on here? Oh. Oh, sorry.
I think everybody's here who's coming.
Oh, this is everyone? Okay, all right. Okey-dokey. So, if you guys haven't noticed, these are to my two assistants, Miss Jenna and this is Steven. So they're gonna be roving around and take pictures. Yeah, I'm projected to leave the country somewhere, I don't know, January time. So that's why they're taking a lot of pictures. And then my teachers are also monitoring, and this is also broadcasted across the world. But it's not towards you guys; it's from behind. So if you're on the witness protection program, you're still good. And then we're gonna get started in about 10 seconds, real quick. So you guys feel free to rove around. Yeah, you can sit down there. That's vacant. That goes. Yeah, we can remove this for room. This thing, both of these, yeah. Put it up right here on the left.
Should I tell everyone about water? There's a lot of water.
Okay, there's snacks back here. There's snacks. There's Ensure. So we're gonna be staying for a couple of hours, and I'm thinking for lunch, maybe if you guys want, we can order a big pizza, a couple big pizza, because Brenda says that if I bring people for lunch at 1, they might not come back. So I'm thinking in my head to maximize our our time together and to maximize what you get out of today's class, that we get something for your tummy. And if by consensus and by votes, if you guys want, at the conclusion around like 3 or so, I'm trying to move as fast as I can, around like 3, we can actually go to the monastery on 62nd Avenue and 17th Street, which is right around the corner. It's literally like 7 minutes away. And you guys can see the big Buddha statues, and that will reinforce the teachings today and reinforce everything that we're doing today. So, so I'll leave that so that you guys can ponder in your head what you want to do, and then towards the end we'll figure that out. But at Stephen, around like at 12:15, if you could get on that app and get us cheese and pepperoni, or maybe we have a preference. We have any preference?
She's vegetarian.
Vegetarian.
Yeah, vegetarian, probably. I'm like thinking the same thing.
So what do I order?
Like a vegetarian, not pepperoni. I mean, maybe people.
A vegetarian pizza. Just tell them, yeah, put all the veggies, all the good stuff on there. Yeah, and then we'll do one that's pepperoni.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so,
You have to.
okay. I think we're ready to go. I'm just gonna check this one. Yeah, then you guys feel free. This is your house. This is not my house, so you guys feel free. I'm very relaxed.
Gina,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
won't have to put the room back together,
Oh, no,
because
no,
tomorrow.
no. We let these young folks right here get their
No,
models.
no.
Tomorrow we'll set it up for the Reiki
Yeah,
share.
chairs. leave
Oh.
them.
So
Oh,
just
okay.
take your stuff. Yeah.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Namo Buddhaya, Namo Dhammaya, Namo Sanghaya. We pay homage and respect to the Blessed One, the Worthy One, the fully enlightened One. Iti pisu bhagava arahang sama sambuddho vichacharana sampanno asukato Loka vidua nuataro purisatama sarati sattha dewa manussanang bhuvato bhagavati. Good morning to all of you.
name is Venerable Jidel, and I'd like to welcome you all to Blissful Beginnings. Miss Brenda surprised me with the amount of friends that she's got. And what a blessing that is to have friends. And I reflect on this last night. I was taking a walk at 1:30 in the morning, and I reflected deeply. And apparently, Miss Brenda was also awake at 1:30 in the morning. And I was thinking about you, Miss Brenda. And I thought and I reflected, my goodness, because my generation, our friends went elsewhere. Military and having kids, children moved away. Unfortunately, 7 of them deceased. That's a large number. That's a large number. So I said, what a blessing. What a blessing truly to have make friends and keep the friends that you have for such a long time. So it brings a smile to everyone's face. And no matter where you are, including Africa, you cannot, you don't even have to talk for a couple of years and still feel close. I still feel close no matter where they are in the world in an instant. You just bring them to mind and you realize that connection is there. Today is in observance of the Kathina ceremony. In history, for those who don't know me, I am what you would call a celebrity Buddhist monk. That meant, actually in this very room, in this very corner, when I was experimenting with TikTok, and gave my teachings on TikTok, it somehow magically blew up over the course of 8 months, I don't know, maybe 3 years ago, 2 years ago. And I accumulated 1 million followers, and then followed by Instagram of 41,000, and it just 16,000 on YouTube. It just goes on and on. So therefore, now years later, I've been teaching for 7 years, but only been this celebrity TikTok for a couple of years. As a direct result of that, I've been engaged in a lot of programs for youths, troubled youths, to mitigate teen suicide and increase student resiliency. And so this, my mind is all over the place with the amount of thousands of students worldwide doing counseling one-on-one sessions. And I was unaware that Kathina was still happening because our colors are divided into regions, and Vietnamese monks, Vietnamese Buddhists have already done Kathina ceremony, of which I didn't attend, by the way. And so therefore, today we were supposed to be in the temple in Tampa, but Venerable Chittanand said, Kathina's this Sunday. It's very festive. There are like 500 people, and it's very loud, and you wouldn't understand what's happening. And I wouldn't have the opportunity to sit intimately with all of you today to go through the teachings and so on. So therefore, I had to make a 180-degree change and said, Ms. Brenda, we need to have it here. And so it's going to be really good. I just wanted to know how many of you have researched somewhat into Buddhism? Oh, okay. It's 84,000 teachings, so I have to really gauge where you guys are pretty much are at. Or so I'll do this. I'll let you guys introduce yourself to me and to the room. And you can tell me what you've learned about Buddhism so far, or what you're dealing with in your life right now. That way I can calibrate and adjust and pull in my 84,000 library here, pull the right book to select the proper teaching for today, and hopefully everyone can benefit from it. Anyone wants to go first? Yes.
Well, I'm Randy, and I have always connected with a lot of the things that have to do with Buddhism. But I've started it actually, I guess, on my journey was one with the connection with yoga, but I think the biggest connection I had was living in the moment, which is what always resonated with me, and a very hard thing when people would ask me, how do you do that? How do you really live in the moment? So my journey and my search was really for tools for people to be able to find that for themselves. So I don't connect with one particular thing, but Buddhism actually, had a big draw for me because obviously of that reason.
Thank you.
Sure.
You don't have to be shy. Yes.
I used to live in New York, and we had 8 monks come from India, I believe, and they stayed for 2 weeks in our community. And they ended up at the end making a mandala. And so we got to see them for different herbs and medicine, all lots of classes, and there's tons of things happening, and I went to as much as I could. And one concept that really stood out to me that probably changed my life was not to grasp anymore, is all the grasping that we do, grasping on things, and that really just turned around for me, just to surrender, to sit back, to allow, and let things flow, and not try to be in control of everything that was happening.
Grasping, attachment.
Yes.
I see. Anyone else?
Rick,
Yes.
this is my Buddha darling. That's our new word in life. I've been on a spiritual journey forever, and the word enlightenment was always somewhere around. So we've gone different places with Hindu and Yogananda, and things like that. But Buddha would be coming through my life, and there's no accidents. And so I like the word suffering because I just couldn't. I knew there's sufferings out there. You can't deny it. But what little bit I read, it started to make sense. That whole attachment and letting go made so much sense. I suffered less the more I let go. And about 2 years ago, again, there's no accidents. I did a subscription for Lion's Roar, a Buddhist magazine. And then I'm also on their email, so I get the lessons through that. And for 2 years, it's like I look forward to reading it. So that's the extent of my experience with just the articles I've written by many different monks in different perspective, whether they're from the West or East, just other people's perspective, and it's all resonates. Some easier than others to understand.
I see. Very good. Thank you. Very insightful information so far, by the way. Anyone else?
Awesome. I'm Rebecca, and I started on yoga teacher training and finished in like 2020. So that was my first introduction. I'm currently taking a meditation teacher training, which is definitely diving more in depth. Reiki master with Brenda. So those things seem to keep remaining up in life and that kind of thing. And the introduction part has been great. It's nice to learn more.
I see. This is my student Julius for many years now. Yeah. Julie, if you want to come here. If you here, yeah. Anyone else? Volunteer. You don't have to be shy. Yeah.
Hi, my name's Lori. I guess I was first introduced to it when I was also in high school. My mom would have people over, they would do meditations, and I thought they were all kind of crazy and stuff like that. But she had books like by Ram Dass, Thich Nhat Hanh, I don't know if I'm saying it right, and Krishnamurti. So I started reading those in my 20s, and I was really interested in it. But I kind of got away from it, and I'm just now kind of coming back, getting more interested in it now. So I don't know tons about it, but I listen to things on YouTube regarding it, and I want to learn more.
I see. Very good. Anyone else?
I'll just share. probably 11 years ago, I opened myself up to other things besides Christianity. And I started taking AA sponsees to Shambhala in Sydney. And it's a Buddhist 12-step program. And that kind of got me interested in the way they were meditating. And they actually had a 12-step book that was based on Buddhism.
Right.
So that got me really interested. And then, like Rick said, we just started searching out different, not religions, but just different ways of thinking, which I had never opened myself up to before. And Buddhism really resonates with me because it's all about that voice in my head, stop listening to every thought that comes into my mind.
Right.
And so I spent a week with Qigong a few months ago, and it was just life-changing for me, and I just wanted to share it with the people I love and to learn more.
Thank you so much for sharing. Anyone else?
What do they do in Africa? South Africa?
I don't know.
You've been meditating, Sister Julius?
So, it's not too loud.
Yeah,
A little.
A little, yes.
loud.
It's for
Even
the,
with me with hearing
it's
aids.
for the,
That's how I know.
it's for the mic, it's for the cameras in the back. No.
Hey, photographers, you guys feel free to move around. You can take this shots back this way, just make sure it's flashing out in people's eyes. You guys can just feel free to say you don't have to really. This is my good side, by the way.
Attachment to looks. Vanity. So I belong to Theravada Buddhism, which is, it's really echoey. 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Theravada Buddhism is also known as the school of the elders. So we were the originals, kind of like the Yodas of Buddhism. The originals, they started out with us, and then somewhere down the line, people started to disagree. Something like this, like, well, I had heard something different, what the Buddha had said. Started out with that. Now, the chant you all heard earlier, when we all get together, hundreds and thousands of us get together, back in the day, when we chanted, just imagine all of us chanted together, And if somebody missed a word, we would have been like, and that's how we were able to preserve the integrity of the teachings of the Buddha, because he never wrote anything down. It was transmitted orally. So by and through the chanting and regularly, daily, like 3 times daily, that's how we were able to keep it. That we knew exactly what he said, because we were repeating it year after year, decades after decades, millennium after millennium. Comes now 2,566 years later, and we still got it. But anyway, so you have the school that split the Mahayana, the northern, we're the southern, and then you have the Vajrayana tradition, which is the Dalai Lama. Now I chose this school because it was straight to the point. What it means is, it needs to make sense to me. I need to be able to ask, why am I suffering? How do I alleviate from this suffering? What are the methods, and how do I see results right away? So it is very scientific. It is scientific, straight to the point, no nonsense. What do you go to this time for nonsense? And I have studied across other religions, and so I was born and raised Catholic, by the way. And across my Eastern comparison and contrast, I couldn't find any other traditions that straight to the point. And I just got to know, what are we doing here? Why are we chanting? What is this? And what is that? And how do I achieve peace as a direct result from this particular teaching? And I need to have answers within minutes. So it was exactly that I got. And it was satisfactory across all measures and rubric systems, scientifically. So Buddhists are people who are empiricists. We need to go to see it, test it, and see results. You're not supposed to take it on blind faith. And even if I was a actively living Buddha right now, you are not to believe anything I say. You're supposed to test it. You're supposed to test the teachings, the methods, and the meditation to see if you, in fact, achieve peace or get closer to it. You know, sometimes we're like, peace is not coming now, why? So, so along the way, if you guys, you feel free to stop me. If you guys are confused, if you need clarifications or questions, I'll get it from you.
Let go.
Transference. Spiritual transference. See if I can have a water, please. So before becoming a monk, I was a legal and medical interpreter. So I served all areas of law and all areas of medicine within our judicial system. Thank you. So I got to see all sorts of suffering at a very young age and not knowing how to deal with it. I had to marry a couple of people because they had no family. I serve Vietnamese people who immigrated to America, doesn't really have family, and when they get sick, and subsequently when they were on their way out, and then after they were out, there was no family. So I, as the interpreter, had to file the paperwork for the cremation, and on behalf of such family, and then send the cremation back to their homeland, to our homeland. So therefore, it was really tough because I didn't really get the point of these teachings in time. So I acted out, drinking, drugs, all sorts of mess, just a mess as a young man. And somewhere down the line, my grandmother came into the picture and she introduced me to Buddhism. I tested out the teachings and it was working out. She died in 2015, followed by my best friend in 2016, and I hit rock bottom. As a result of that, I went to ordain as a monk, and going on, next year will be my 8th year as a monk. So that's a little bit in a nutshell there about me. The silence this week. I wanted to talk about the attachment, because you guys were identifying attachment and suffering. So suffering, folks, when we hear that really heavy, it's a really heavy connotation, heavy definition if you really don't get the whole comprehensive talk about it. Suffering just means uneasiness. Suffering just means agitation, disturbance, stress. Right? And yeah, so the Buddha said that in life, that there is suffering in life, the existence of suffering in life. Not that life is suffering. Sometimes when we read articles that are not really well written, or people who don't really fully grasp the exact accurate teachings, they may write it a little bit different. And that's the first noble truth, by the way. All of 84,000 teachings is broken into the 4 noble truths. And the first one is that there is suffering in life. So when we examine life, we see that there is birth, decay, old age, disease, and subsequent death. And by the way, for those who are taking notes, all of this is recorded, so if you put Venerable Chi down, you can access the YouTube at any time, but feel free to take notes. There's birth, old age, decay, disease, and subsequent death. We see that. Okay. And it's funny, do we really see it though? Or are we still in denial of that fact? When Bhikkhu Bodhi, American leading Buddhist, it stands right there, by the way, it's really small, but he is the leading authority. Bhikkhu, he resides in New Jersey, and he has a PhD, and he has translated the teachings of the Buddha. He's translated probably close to 20,000, 30,000 pages. And when he's teaching death meditation, he's just, when am I going to die? How am I going to die? When am I going to die? He has to give really specific examples like, now bring to mind all of the people that have already passed away. And I'm just like, really? Yeah, because there's people out there that are still in denial of death. Still believe that death doesn't loom, isn't around the corner. And so when my students come to me and do the years of practice, I ask them, have you seen suffering? And how have you seen suffering? And what evidence do you have to back up that that is suffering? Aha. And it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful suffering, is a beautiful word, and it's a beautiful thing because now we look at from a global context, the wars that's going on, in suffering, or in denial of it, or haven't sat there and meditated. It's like, Mr. Putin, come, that's it. Sit with me for a second. Mr. Putin, have you seen suffering? I'm curious as what he would say. So any leader, I'm not picking on Mr. Putin, but any leader, I mean, historically, every 10 years we have a war. And one must ponder, right? Had these leaders been Buddhist, how different would our world be? How could you inflict suffering onto other people if you have seen suffering yourself? Through direct examination of your own breath, your own backache, not having coffee, it's suffering. Not having Starbucks is suffering. Not having your vapes is suffering. And so yeah, it makes you like kind of scratch your head a little bit, right? We suffer as a direct result of desire, wanting, the attachment. Wanting something and not getting it is suffering. Wanting something, getting something you don't want, like a flat tire, is also stressful. But wanting something and not getting it is stressful. Like, I don't want to grow old. I don't want minimum wage. I don't want the day to rain. We don't want a lot of things. And we have a lot of preferences, especially here in America. I want it to be 70 degrees. Why does my bagel not have enough cream cheese? Darn it. Y'all don't need to put this back. I want another one. And if it's done right, I'll have two of them. The preferences, right? No, I didn't know. It's funny measuring across the social media platform because the Gen Zoomers are the one that uses TikTok. 25 to 34-year-olds use Instagram. And Facebook people, I'm gonna call y'all out too, by the way, all the Facebook people. Facebook people are kind of asleep. For some reason, they're just kind of asleep. And had I not had these algorithms of likes and shares, there's no way to measure it. Sometimes I'm like, something wrong with my teachings? There's nothing wrong with my teachings. It's surgical precision, by the way. Surgical. But when I went to the temple I went to the temple in Orlando, and I was holding an alms bowl, the begging bowl. I said exactly what I just told you guys. Preferences. Being aware of your preferences lead you to be more peaceful. 1 million views within a week. And out of all the audience, the Zoomer is the one who paid attention. And I was like, what? Because I thought they had memory of a gnat. I'm thinking, when they're scrolling through that, my dad's doing it too. When he sees, they see fun stuff, like someone shaking their butt or singing or, throwing a banana peel at a cop car. They're like, oh yeah, whoa, I really like that one. I mean, who would sit there for 60 seconds listening to a monk wearing orange with a bald head, kind of look like an avatar, And so when I'm going through my TikTok and I'm like, really? They paid attention to preference. We're getting somewhere here. So, number 3 leads us to the first noble truth, the existence of stress. Number 2, stress because we want stuff and our preferences and just want. Number 3 is nirvana. How do we get there? It's simple. If you don't want life and stuff, stop wanting stuff. It's the easiest way to put it for the Gen Zoomers, right? And that is nirvana. As soon as you give up, bliss happens. And we're just so happens to be here in blissful beginnings. And I titled the title on the YouTube thing, Bliss. As soon as you let go, bliss happens. Let go of what? Let go of whatever desire that is in your life right now that's costing you peace. Now, there's appropriate amount of desire. I want to be successful. That's valid. I want to have money. That's valid. I want good health. That's valid. All these wants are valid. There are good wants and there are not so helpful wants. And how we get there matters the most. And the Buddha taught the middle way. Not too extreme of something. The extreme form of wants is when people cheat, lie, kill, and steal. I really gotta have her, so I'm gonna cheat. It happens. Crimes of passion. We've seen people commit murders, right? Someone just got killed the other day, actually. A young gal just got killed the other day because she rejected his advance. It was on CNN or WTSP.com. Because he didn't see things as they are. And in Buddhism, we're training you to see things as they are, which is, it is what it is and it can't be what it ain't. He couldn't bear that, maybe the gal's not ready right now. Not the right time. Everyone's looking for love, it's not at the right time. Sit with it for a second and take it easy, Bob. So that's the extreme form of want and desire. And then we have the total opposite end of the spectrum, which is too lazy. Sleep all day. I want to have a job, but I'm not willing to make it a job to find a job if I don't have a job, right? So that's self-mortification, what the Buddha would say. So the Buddha taught us the middle way. Not too extreme of something, and not too lazy of whatever it is. Just try to balance the middle way. And there's a method to that. It's called a Noble Eightfold Path. And everything I'm telling you here leads you to the Noble Eightfold Path. Every single word here is designed for you to reflect on, if not now, a little later, to lead you to so that your mind is actually calibrating right now. It's adjusting, recalibrating right now into the middle way. And slowly, all these existing students, when you come here and you listen to the monk, your mind's always doing that. It's doing it even more, and you need these constant reminders to recalibrate yourself, revitalize, refreshing your mind, your body, your spirit, your soul, because we humans simply forget. It's actually our number one job, that we forget. Right? Forget our wallet, forget our purse, forget the teachings of Christ, forget the teachings of Buddha. And I actually started to merge the two together, actually. Teachings of Christ and teachings of Buddha, interfaith, interreligion. Because one of those questions is, y'all believe in God? And I said, yeah, they're all great, actually. Shiva, Vishnu, Christ, Buddha, Allah. Then I try to bring people back to the present moment. I'm like, all right, well, let me ask you this. You ever thought of yourself as the God? The God in you? And you have the capability to be God real quick in a matter of instant if you really like? What does that mean? Well, simple. You want to play God or be God in this moment? Grab a 38. That becomes real, right? And so when we start analyzing people who played God before, like Hitler, we see that man was God for a good minute with the millions that he decimated. So the threefold training in Buddhism, the cultivation of the heart, which is the meditation, you are cultivating your own God within you. To be beautiful, to be the beautiful God that ever walked on the face of this planet. There's two choices you can make. Be good or bad. Be good or bad. These young children that is in here have choices to be good or bad. So now, I'm writing this book. It's called Buddhism Now. It has to be due by the end of this month. And I'm reflecting a lot. It's a very taxing task of writing a book. I actually hope that my next book, someone would just sit there and write for me and I could just talk, rather than having to sit and reflect. I reflect a lot on this generation. And it was just this last night that I came across a YouTube that said, the Mafia Teenage Academy. I was like, what? That was published like 2 months ago in Italy. Naples, Italy, the city of Naples. And Stephen, come here, Stephen. Come. Come, stand here for a second. Bless us with your good look. Everyone look at that. Good looking kid, right? Handsome guy, has a girlfriend. Hey, sit for a second. I wanted to everyone to sink in the image. And Miss Jenna too. Miss Jenna, everyone direct your attention to Miss Jenna. She looks like Cleopatra. Good grace. There were kids like him, good-looking kids like him, smart, intelligent, by all metric and system of measurement of intelligence. With a little mask over their face like this. Being interviewed by people equivalent to CNN reporters. Mask over their face like this. Being interviewed by people equivalent to CNN reporters. Yeah. Mafia Academy. These kids told a reporter, my mom died 2 years ago, we're poor, we can't make a living, can't get a job. This stuff we see in America, right? But we got really good here. If you really think about how to get a job, applying for a Walmart and stuff like that. I'm analyzing their faces and their eyes. I'm very well trained to read people. Not to judge, to properly assess and evaluate to see where they're at on their spiritual growth and development. Not to, say you're a bad kid. It's easy to do, but to understand them, to look past their behavior and into the person. one needs to be very skillful as a teacher and as a monk. I'm analyzing their faces. There's no lie. You can't make this stuff up. You see the pain, you see the suffering deep in their soul. You see the struggles. So then they bring the kids in, the kids are playing around their kids. You can see that, they're not hardened yet. You see all of these things about them. You see the cocaine lines on the table. You see a Beretta 9mm 92 FS on the table. The reporter's like, you ever used that before? Kid was really smart at answering. They're like little lawyers. The kid actually deflected the question and said, the kid said, if you hurt me, I use this to hurt you. To paint the picture of what they would do. And we use this as a tool to rob people to get money. And then the kid slid the gun to the other kid and said, go, disassemble it and then reassemble it. And the reporter said, oh, no, it's okay. I believe you. I'm pretty sure you're very proficient. The actual mafia was standing right behind the reporter, making sure that they ask the right questions and do not go outside the boundaries. How is this related today? The offering of robes, you see the robes here on both sides. Well, it's my job to inspire these young people to choose the third noble truth of letting go. Without these robes and what they mean, without the existence of the monastic order, mafia. Julius, where are you from? Yeah, but your background?
Puerto Rican.
Puerto Rican. Vietnamese. Ecuador. Oh, lots of drugs. Vietnam War, drugs, Puerto Rico, they're pretty wild too. We have the capacity to be wild, all of us, we're humans. No matter where you're from, black, white, Puerto Rican, Chinese. Part of my program is to ordain novice monks. So at any point in time, these folks say, I want to be a monk for a month, a week, a year, I can ordain them. And they jump into the same robes I'm wearing and sit and they learn about all of these things. So that they don't do foolish things and join the mafia order. Likewise, there was a woman that had a jihad, what was that thing? Is that jihad, right? Whatever they have that thing on? Yeah. She was sentenced to 20 years recently on CNN. She was an ISIS leader. She led a battalion, women only, training. Imagine that. Imagine a gal wandering downstairs right now in a jihad strapped with a bomb will blow this up. Based on ideology and extremism. All right, so I didn't mean to scare all y'all with all this, but I want you guys to think from a global context, a national context, a group context, a community context, and subsequently the individual context of Buddhism. The application of Buddhism is that, the ceremony, the Kathina ceremony is we offer monks robes. One of the 4 basic necessities for them to carry out their task in serving the people and inspiring people. By and through our own change, we inspire all of you to try out this path so that you don't veer off course. Of course, no one here is going to join the mafia, hopefully not. No one here is going to join the ISIS order, hopefully not. But somewhere down in your life, I guarantee you, life happens. Sickness, illness, death will happen to you. And it can really make you sour. And the existence of we have the how. We have the how. What makes Buddhism a part of other religion is that it teaches the how to forgive, how to let go, how to detach, how for everything. How husband should treat wife, how wife should treat husband, how to save money. Buddhism put 1/3 or 1/4 aside for a rainy day. How many actually do that though? But venerable, I have this dichotomy, conflicting dichotomy that you only live once, YOLO, and saving for a rainy day. How do I meet in between? Because your car done declined the other day. Last night actually, at 5:30 at Sam's Club, yes? Why did it decline? YOLO. You was YOLO, huh? Spent a lot of money on that vape. I mess with him all the time, actually. Behind the scenes, you have no idea. We laugh all day, every day. Julius is missing out. Julius works so much. Oh, by the way, your account's not being hacked right now because of Julius. Cybersecurity expert right here. Yeah, CIA is going to be knocking on this door to recruit him soon. Any questions, clarifications so far about the Noble Truth? No? Everyone satisfied so far with the explanation? Where did it go? The first thing in Buddhism, the first goal training is sila, which is morality. Morality. And it's a 5 precept in morality. Don't kill, don't cheat, don't lie, refrain from sexual misconduct, refrain from intoxicating substance. And that's the gift of safety. That's the gift of safety. Things that these mafia kids did not take. And when we give the gift of safety to people in our lives, they feel safe. When we look, how many here have husbands and partners in their life? Yes? You still with the same gal? It's complicated, right? Relationship status is complicated. Right? It's always complicated. That's why we have the Buddha. In a relationship, which I'm touching up on, I'm coming back to it. There's so much things in humanity for me to cover, but relationship is a very salient thing. Relationship with one another and how we feel safe with one another. Meaningful, established relationships. I trust you, so can you trust me with certain secrets? We all have secrets, except me. Anyone can do a warrantless search on me. Friends keeping secrets, friends knowing each other, friends not doing harm to each other. I would never gossip. Refrain from harmful speech, divisive speech. When we take the 5 precepts and we extrapolate one of them, for example, right speech. Wrong speech, right speech. What is right speech? Is it true? Is it necessary? Is it helpful? Is it the timing of the speech correct? Right? As friends, and Ms. Brenda, all your friends are here. And the promise I made to my friends was I would never talk bad to you. I would not talk bad about you. If I have a problem, I would talk to you and not about you. Ain't that a problem nowadays? People don't talk to each other, they talk about each other. I would never stab you behind your back. You have my word. In romantic relationships, darling, I love you. You know that I love you. Sometimes I really want to. Right? Sometimes, darling, I love you. I love you to death. You are the love of my life. You are the Christmas morning walking into this room. But you know, sometimes you make me just want to. But I promise you I would never lay my hands on you, darling. Now, isn't that accurate, true, and real? We do love them. They do drive us crazy. But we promise them, we give them the gift of safety, right? And isn't that beautiful when you have two Buddhist couples do that? Likewise, in regards to sexual misconduct, is, you know, darling, I got these fantasies. I do. I have certain fantasies. But I promise you, I will never act on it. I promise you, I will always look at the ring that I wear and what is waiting back at home. I promise you, I will always be aware of my thoughts, of my speech, and my actions. That's mindfulness. Mindfulness can cure a lot of problems. Problems that is about to happen, problems that is happening. In college, before becoming a monk, they asked me, I don't know, somebody did, or I said at a PowerPoint presentation, one word to solve all the problems is mindfulness. You cross the street, you're not mindful, but ain't gonna turn out too well. But in the intricacies and details of a relationship, I gave you some examples. Isn't that an eye-opener? And if we go back in time and we're like, damn it, George, why couldn't you say that low sooner? Or Becca, or Karen, or whatever, right? Tom, Dick, and Harry. The heartaches and the headaches have forsaken. And people take the 5 precepts and sit there. And to be thoughtful. To be thoughtful. And for all of you who don't have a partner down the road, who wants one, or have existing partners, it is exactly that thoughtfulness. Meditation is that. Meditation is just being thoughtful, right? Meditation on loving kindness is being thoughtful and radiating that well-being. May you be well, may you be happy, may you be free from mental suffering, may you be free from physical suffering, may all of your wishes come true. Thoughtfulness. All of you have demonstrated thoughtfulness by being here, right? Today is Sunday. Would you all want to have a date with that bed right about now? I know Steve would. You have a good relationship with your bed? Yes, you do. Is it a sleep number bed? He's smiling. Why did you all come? Tell me. Just randomly tell me. Why did you come on a Sunday?
She convinced me to come.
Desire. Forcible desire. In America, we call that coercion. And treads the line of kidnapping. Why did you guys come? Why'd you come?
Because I haven't been cute.
be with like-minded people that are on the journey and looking for what would make them feel on the right path.
To learn and unlearn. Amen.
Hallelujah. I would have made a great pastor.
To learn and unlearn.
To be wholesome again. To forgive ourselves. To say it's okay. It's okay to let go. It's okay to have made all those mistakes. It's all right. Oh, before I sat here, I've made hundreds and thousands of dollars of mistakes. If you want to quantify it that way, legal fees being one of them. Legal fees. Red, white, and blue, colors of freedom until they're behind you. But we have the how. We can live better. We can live better after today. We can live so much better. Quality of life. True inner peace, true inner happiness, true inner freedom. Yes. In an instant. Yes. Can you achieve nirvana now? Yes. Can you be a saint as a woman or a man? Yes. Can you be a saint or a woman if you're LGBTQIA+? Yes. If you've killed someone before, you can still be a saint in Buddhism. Yes. To achieve nirvana, all you have to do is let go of the lawyer in your head. That was one key, profound thing that I have concluded as a teacher, international teacher, is that these folks, not specifically these folks, but majority of the people online that I teach, they have that lawyer in their head that obstructs their path. That obstructs their path. Now, every time when I make that joke and you all giggled and smiled, and bring your awareness to my voice right now. Oh, that right there was enlightenment. Did you know that? Enlightenment is not a physical touch. Enlightenment is a mental touch. The only time you're enlightened before meeting me was when you're in love. Think about it. Think about it. The only time when we're actually enlightened is when we're in love. You put that other person within the magnifying glass of your lens, right? You like so much everything about them. And when they speak, your heart listens deeply. What is that your heart thirsts for, my dear? Three-carat, D-color, flawless. Rick, I need you to get a third job.
Yes, dear.
What is it that your heart thirsts for, Julie?
I don't know.
Females.
I guess a little bit.
So today, in this moment, let's do a little experiment and practice. Let's experiment a little bit with meditation. And let's see how awake our mind is, how vigilant our mind is. Let's test this little thing up here. Let's see how sharp it is. Let's see how well it pays attention. Let's see how well you can tap into nirvana right now. Right now, in this very moment. Peace right now. Peace with every breath. Peace within the inhale. Peace within the exhale. Okay? Now, before we do that, I want to give some instructions for those who are new to meditation. And you don't have to close your eyes, because sometimes people get scared during meditation. Ooh, Casper. Years ago, the Buddha did not have iPads and didn't have all these great things to entertain himself with, nor his followers. Trust me, their mind was tripping 2,560-something years ago. Your mind is tripping today. Trust every millennium, decades, millions, Homo sapiens, Homo erectus, always flipping, always flipping. What is depression? Depression is recycling of the past. If a snake bites you, you're gonna remember where it bit you at night, so you're not gonna wander off at night. That's depression, recycling of the past and just remembering things. Anxiety, apprehension of the future. I gotta pay bills. Oh my goodness, Monday's around the corner. What does my calendar say right now? But when we meditate, we want to bring it into the present moment, right here, right now. We do that by tracking the breath. We do that by enjoying the natural movement of the breath and just observe it, because all sorts of miracles is happening right here. All sorts of miracles. All sorts of cells, all sorts of inner workings to keep you alive. You go diving and you hold your breath a little too long underneath the water. You have COVID, you're struggling to breathe, or you have asthma, you realize how precious your breath actually really is. So when we meditate, that's the only task we are doing, which is tracking the breath. We don't try to force the breath. If you look at the monk and he looks like he's, okay, everyone goes on your own pace. And you're just trying to discern, is it a long breath? Is it a short breath? You're just a witness to the breath. You are a scientist watching your own breath. Just as though we can't see it, we can feel it. And I just want you, especially those with notepads, I just want you all to pretend like you all are scientists. And when you take your inhale, you notice, ooh, tummy's rising. When you exhale, you realize, oh, what a relief. So you want to be creative, and you want to play with the breath and just observe it and just really notice all these little small things about it. If you think about the past or the future, come back to the breath. Just remind yourself, oh, I'm breathing. The only task I'm supposed to be doing is breathing. If it gets too overwhelming, you put your hand on your tummy. And you realize the rising and falling of the abdomen. So at this time, you all can remain seated or choose a meditation position with your back straight, eyes closed if you like. We are mindful of our posture. We need to bring the awareness to our postures right now. I know that my back is straight. We can relax the shoulders, back straight, shoulders relaxed. We can relax the muscles in our face. And now we take our first 3 deep natural breaths. Breathing in, we know we're breathing in. Breathing out, you know you're breathing out. Feeling the air moving inwards as we inhale. Feeling the outward of the exhale. Breathing in, you know you're breathing in. Breathing out, you know you're breathing out. Breathing in long, you know you're breathing in long. Breathing out short, you notice that it is short. We bring our awareness back to the lower lumbar, straightening our back, aware, awake, vigilant, and watchful. I'd like for you to bring your awareness to your nose, bring your awareness to your nostrils, and take another deep breath. Breathing in, you know you're breathing in. Breathing out, you know you're breathing out. At this time, you can relax your concentration, and when you're ready, you can arise from your meditation. When you're ready, you can open your eyes. Your awareness back to the sound of my voice. So who was able to tap into that peace? Just a taste of it or a glance of it. To feel that you're here, that nothing else matters. Anxiety Anxiety is always having to think, what if? Pizza time.
That what everybody meditated on?
I like you all to bring your awareness to the pepperoni. Breathing in, breathing out. And you can do that. And you can do that. You don't have to focus on the breath. The breath is just one object of the meditation. What we did there was a one-pointed concentration technique in mindfulness of the breath. You can do with children. I did mindfulness of M&Ms. Bring awareness to the favorite color of your M&Ms. I said to them, blue, 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 blue. And their mind was able to stay still. The children tasted enlightenment. The children did not have to think about homework or mom and dad fighting and sisters going crazy. You can pick a statue of a Buddha. Everyone bring your attention to a statue of a Buddha. And you can pretty much meditate just looking at the Buddha. And you can basically say, wow, he was human like me. And by and through human effort, he tapped into peace and the practice of peace. And in breath would, out breath toll. In breath would, out breath toll. Would toll. One which knows. Would toll is Buddha in Thailand. Would toll. Would toll. And likewise, when we look at Christ on the cross, we meditate. Blessed are those who meditate on the laws of God. And every time when we say the Lord's Prayer, that is a form of meditation. How beautiful. But yet, no one reminded us that these were forms of meditation. No one reminded us. Buddhism teaches you the how. And by using the how, you are closer to God. By using the how, the methods taught here, you are within reach, within you. You're safe, you're fine, you're okay. In times of pain, you bring it back to the breath. In times of discomfort, you are still here. And you see how that works. In times of near death, you are still okay until you transition. But did you stay with the breath at the moment of death, mindful, vigilant, awake, and you let go of everything at the moment of death, you will become an arahant, a fully enlightened being, a saint. Oh, this is so beautiful, so simple, and so easy. We don't have to go through the canonization process to be a saint in Buddhism. Any questions so far in regards to the methods we practice, meditation? Anyone like to share your experience so that others can be inspired by what they may have gone through, identifying with the same experience you had during meditation.
Sure. I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Is sainthood right before enlightenment, and we can expect to reach that point in this world?
So enlightenment, also known as nirvana,
Sainthood, let me define nirvana for a second. Nirvana means there's two definitions. Number one, in the present moment, which I brought everyone to by different modalities and different instructions. You all were able to, bring your voice, bring your attention to the sound of my voice. And you were like, with a very authoritative voice, your mind was like, uh-oh. So when you're in the present moment, and that's why I say when you're in love, that's the only time you're enlightened, right? Because you're so in the moment with her, with him, okay? You tap into it, right? And then after you break up for so long, you still remember, oh my goodness, I remember what she said to me, right? You recollected because you were so mindful, you were able to recollect. Mindfulness just means remember to observe how your mind is jumping. Remember to observe how your mind is jumping. That's it. Mind jumps all the time. Monkey mind. Yeah. And
there's nothing wrong with that.
And there's nothing wrong with that. It's the nature of your mind to do that. I mean, what's the nature of the fridge? To keep things cold. The nature of iPhone is to ring. Right? Nature of a boat, to leak. Nature of a woman, to yell.
I didn't say that.
So it's that people beat themselves up every day. I can't get my mind straight. My mind's tripping right now. If we see the true nature of reality of a man or a woman. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. Can't you see their true nature? No, but I want him to be this way. I want her to be this way. But it can't happen. What the Lord gives, he takes. What he takes, he gives. Coming to acceptance is peace. Second definition. Hallelujah. The other definition of enlightenment is that once you let go of the three poisons in humans, the Buddha identified three poisons. They are three poisons in humans.
Oh, geez.
They are
Selfishness.
desire, that's greed, yes.
Greed.
We give you a clue. Anger.
Lust.
Greed, anger, which is hatred, right? We've seen that when Trump was in office. That era. Greed, excessive desire, want, okay? War for resources. Anger, and then the third one is ignorance. Ignorance, but ignorance of what? I mean, the Buddha don't want you to get a PhD in physics. Ignorance of the Four Noble Truths of what we spoke about. Suffering because we desire. If we don't want to suffer, stop desiring. And number 4 is the path to liberation is by following the Noble Eightfold Path. That's the second definition of enlightenment, which is letting go the three poisons. To become a saint, you just have to let go. That's right.
A couple times you referred, and I can't be specific, but you said God. It sounded like it was good in one thing I heard, but God, and you said, hey, Lord. Again, what do you mean by that? When you say, then God would want you there, something like that. Well, that makes sense.
Anyone else remember what I said? to give it additional context. I can't hit rewind on those things. Not yet, anyways.
God, yeah, I don't remember specifically.
So when it comes to God, my standard explanation when it comes to God. No, well, first and foremost, we should not think too far ahead where God is, if he's real, if he's there, if he's, okay. We're too far. We're too far. We know that. How do we know that? Well, ask yourself, how many commandments have you actually kept? Okay, right? That question is to be pondered after you have perfected the 10 commandments. True or false? That question is to be asked after you have perfected in Buddhism all of these great things. Why would you question God, right? Whether God exists or not, if you haven't done anything to get near to him? What does God want us to know? What has he commanded us? Commandments of God. This I command you. Right? And Buddha have already said what I've already said. Everything I've said is what the Buddha would want you to know, right? So it's silly to me when people are like, y'all believe in God and stuff like that, right? So again, that's something logically we need to put ourselves in our place because we're wasting time to really investigate the existence of God, the existence of Buddha. Even if Buddha didn't even exist, his teachings was great and useful and effective. True or false? Right? Even with the monastic order, everything we stood for was not even real. Let's say it was a made-up fiction, like some of these fiction we read. It's still good. There's value in it. There's value in it. The fact that they had told me to let everything go. Give up everything, right? 4 requisites: shelter, food, robes, and medicine is all I need for happiness. When I reduce, did I in fact achieve happiness? Yeah. I don't even have a car in my name. What do I have to, the more we have, the more we have to guard what we have, leading to stress, right? Afraid of getting sued. Right? When you have nothing, when you owe nothing and want nothing, peace. Less is more in Buddhism. So when I explain God, again, blessed are those who meditate on the laws of God, because if you love God, if you want God to love you, well, keep his commandments. Keep the 5 precepts, right? And don't do it, and if you don't do it for God, do it for you. And the examples that I gave was practical, realistic, and at hand right now. I love you. I have fantasies, but I will never act on it. I love you, but sometimes I just want to. But I promise I will never lay my hands on you. Real and practical, right there and then. And then once you have kept your 10 commandments, today's the offering of robes, right? So offering, give more, take less. I'm not asking for money. I'm not asking for robes. We have robes, even though we need more down the road for monks that I'm teaching, and I'm sending robes out. It's really meaningful for these monks. They want robes from Venerable Chidao because he's the celebrity Buddhist monk. I don't know, they have their own thing, but whatever it keeps, I have gifts for you all today. And Lord, Christ asked Peter, do you love me? Do you remember that? 3 times he asked him. It's funny, when you go into the teachings of the Buddha, he also repeats over and over again. Right? There's a BBC documentary that proved, and look, I don't care if it's real. Again, I do sit on a panel of Buddhist scholars, right? Okay, you guys know that? 50 around the world, I'm one of them. So anyways, there's a BBC documentary that proved, Jesus was once a monk, a Buddhist monk named Isa. Anyway, when you compare the text, just the text, and then repeat each other over and over again. You're wondering, and then at the National Shrine of Immaculate Conception in Washington, Jesus is actually wearing red robes with the right shoulder exposed. I've never seen Jesus with the right shoulder exposed and wearing red, one of our monastic colors, red right over there, right behind those with this red robes. And I'm like, oh, because I was researching Cardinal Donald World. And of course, the National Shrine of Immaculate Conception was very pronounced. They did a very good job zooming on everything. And I'm like, is that Christ in our robes? But out of all the pictures they could paint it, his shoulder's out. When have you ever seen Christ with shoulder exposed? Okay, so Christ asked Peter, do you love me? And the third time, Peter was like, why are you asking the third time, right? Peter was like, Lord, you know everything. You know that I love you. And Christ responded, then feed my sheep. And how many of us have done that? Feed his sheep. How many of us have donated food when hurricane came? How many of us donated to Red Cross, American Cancer Foundation, St. Luke? And if you done did that, you have done fed his sheep. You have no fear when judgment day comes, Revelation. You think I fear if I die? My whole life I have been giving. My whole life. And like I told all of you in the beginning, I inspire other people buying through my own change. And many times I have challenged the world. The whole world is watching, by the way. I should find someone in Florida. Matter of fact, find someone in the United States that tells you he took more and gave less. I'll disappear. I will renounce U.S. citizenship. I'll be in Thailand. You'll find me in Thailand. Have I given more to you, Stephen? I have. What have I given?
Given a lot. It's like faith or money or anything.
Have I given all of the time to you when I could?
Yeah.
And before all the things exploded, did I not make time for you?
Yeah.
Did I not come pick you up?
Yep.
Raise your right hand.
Sorry.
You raise your right hand too.
Oh,
Both of you guys raise your right hand.
legal aspect, see?
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Under penalty of capital life felony, yes?
Yeah.
And you will testify in front of Congress if need be, and the House of Senate. Okay, well, it became real there. So, so yeah, exactly that. Because today is the offering ceremony, a lot of people were like, well, oh, 84,000 teachings. Oh, people are like, what are trademarks of Buddhism? Well, trademark of any good person is to give. And when y'all choose a partner out there, or your partner already, or whatever the case may be, or if your agenda is to go grab a partner, one who gives is the one that you really have to, that's the one. That's the one that gives more and takes less, that's the one. Now, the Buddhist time, when he was lined up for a wife, why don't we take a restroom break for a second? We'll come back and I'll tell you about this, when the king, Suddhodana, his father, did the selection of wives for the Buddha. All right? So we're going to take a break real quick. Stretch.
many time as you need, how much time you need. I just need to stay here for the camera. So they think I disappear, they think I might just like go take a nap or something.
I could hang out there. They might think it was, never mind.
Yeah, you grab water and stuff like that too, if you need water. Stephen, we need to refill the fridge, you can refill the car. Julie is.
Well.
Oh, he.
Everything's going well? No stress?
Good, but,
You know why there's stress? You do not follow the middle way. If Sadhguru was here, you do not follow the teachings of the Buddha. I gotta meet Sadhguru one day. That would be really cool. That'll be a nice interaction. I wanna reach over and grab his beard. Like the Dalai Lama does to people.
did you ever, do any reading of, Anthony DeMello? It's called Awareness.
Anthony.
And he was a Catholic priest from India.
Ooh.
And he was in a car accident in 32, but his whole book says the whole thing, and the book's, it's like, I don't know how he could have stayed a Catholic priest. They should have kicked him out years ago because it was so anti-Catholic.
Oh.
But his whole books are all small and they talk in parables, so you can read, he gets the point across within a little story. And it's very similar to.
Oh, I see.
Just the awareness, he said Jesus was the most aware person. Buddha was the most aware person out there. They were aware of everything what you're teaching, and that, so awareness is awareness.
Right.
And that's what you're talking about. It makes so much sense. I'm aware now, not over here.
Right
here.
They were on point, yeah. Yeah. Quite frankly, if the priesthood wasn't so long, 7 years to be a priest, I would disrobe being a priest just so that I have these behind me to have the inner faith. There's so much to do in the world to inspire people.
Yeah.
That, but it's so long to be a priest. Yeah.
Huh. Interesting.
Unless someone makes me an honorary priest.
It can happen.
Because the what we're battling is the secular world. The dangers of secularism.
Yeah.
The mafia, teenage academy. Its exact title too, by the way.
Oh.
And then the ISIS is still going on. I'm like, what? I didn't even, all about spirituality. I put on CNN of this woman is leading a battalion of other women.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's wild.
I saw that too.
The FBI's not sleeping, I tell you that.
Yeah, it is. And there's another follower of ours that we met across paths with, Michelle, a French monk, Michel Pascal, out of France. And he's speaks all over the world, and it's all on mindfulness and meditation. And so I became friends with him. I played a thing called the Angel Harp, so he got me involved with some of his meditation. And he started is involved with a ministry, for lack of a better term, in Los Angeles, in the toughest of prisons out there. If I'm saying this right, there's a 79% recidivist rate that they will go back out and repeat, right?
Wow.
And this has been going on for 4 or 5 or maybe 10 years. In this particular prison in LA, they teach mindfulness and meditation. It's down to 25%. Wow. They learn how to deal with those fight and flight and all those negativity that they grew up with. And when somebody's in their face, instead of killing them, they meditate and find peace, and it's just, there's the, how you say it, I name it, claim it, and claim it, I identify it, it's identifiable, it's, how'd you say? Prove it.
See,
Yeah.
test, and measure.
See, test, and measure. Well,
Scientific method.
There's the measurement, only 25 people come back, and without it, it's been like in the 70s and 80s. So that's cool.
Steven, pizza on the way?
Nah, way more order. Way more order.
I don't care. Just get pizza roll.
We want to do it.
And Stephen, the vegetarians were saying could get gluten-free crust on the vegetarian.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you need my card?
Yeah.
I mean,
It's inside the car. Console, yeah.
Okay.
Middle console on the right. You want some snacks? Snacks. Chips or something?
There's oranges. I'm with it.
Well, it's over bread. It will go the murders. Oh, I see. That's really fun.
And I go where I worked to give a carpet and for the girl who moved for 12 years, I had worked with her and she
She was fingerprinting CSI.
Did you ever experiment with CSI? It's really, there's like the powder, the black powder.
Really?
Well, your cat was trying to,
Gotta have pictures.
be a CSI technician.
Everybody healthy?
So,
It was last Friday, next weekend, so it's been.
I would hope so.
Okay, so we're gonna start back up, but you guys feel free to munch on snacks and drink and make yourself right at home, but, yes, Miss Brenda.
I have a question. And I hope I worded this right. I asked him as soon as we took the break. I thought Buddhism didn't talk about God or believe in God. And I almost feel like asking, are we mixing like Catholicism with Buddhism when what are we doing?
So, Buddhism, when it comes to the direct answer of, is there a God? And how is the universe is created? Our direct, immediate answer would be, there are causes and conditions that leads to the creation of the universe, and that no one man made it.
Okay.
Right.
So it's like.
So, I'm integrating the definition of God in the Christianity world within today's session so that people understand another type of definition, more useful, more real, more practical definition of God. Now, again, I have 20 years of academic studies, 20 years of meditation, grew up Catholic. And what I'm giving you guys is world-class explanations. World-class explanation for you to accept if you want to accept it. And if you come to acceptance, you no longer stress over it. A lot of people really sleep at night. Where's God? Why does God allow bad things to happen to me? Yes, they do. Do I ponder the same? Yes, I do. I have to. I'm a philosopher. We all are. Especially monks, actually. There's only two. Yeah. So it's 2 degrees we can get in our studies is PhD in philosophy or PhD in Buddhist studies. Pick one. But yeah, and do I have conversation with God myself? Yeah, I do. I do. There's time where I pray. I'm like, oh Lord Jesus, please help me. Give me the strength I need to keep these kids in line and check in order. I've had students, only if you knew, and a few got a glimpse of it on YouTube. Blessed are those who got to like tap in at the right time. I've had a student that wanted quick money, no different than the mafia story that I said earlier, said, Venerable, I have a ski mask, I have a gun, and I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it tonight. I said, why? You realize you're talking to the Buddha, right? He said, because my sister did it, she got away with it. She made $600 on it, I'm gonna do it. And I looked at him, I said, he was really convinced that he could get away from law enforcement. Was really convinced the detective was not gonna come after him. You know, detectives nowadays, not like Sherlock Holmes, detectives nowadays are in their 20s and 30s. We have commanders in the police department that are wearing stars that are in their 30s. What does that mean? Their level of intelligence has evolved. The boys got master's degree and PhD in criminology, and they will find you. They will find your elbow prints at the crime scene and convict you based on your elbow. So you better be angry at your elbow very soon. My heart broke that night. Oh, I couldn't tell you how many nights my heart broke just hearing the stories and could not. And you see their eyes, and they're spinning. That hamster wheel back there is spinning of that conviction that they can get away with it. They really thought they could get away with it. I've been in the game. Trust me, I've been in the game. I was not one that sits still at home. I was one that attracted law enforcement to my house very often as a teenage. Trust me. So I know the game, and I told them, like, listen, ain't nobody smarter than. I'm telling you all the game that you are playing out here. I've already done it. Trust me. And I'm telling you, and I told the student in details how they're going to catch you. How they're going to catch you. And the type of undercover cars that they have out there. They're so deep undercover, they don't even know their own. Did you know that? Our undercover detectives have to tap their brakes while they're on the radio. They're like, hey, Jake, where are you? Tap your brakes. And Jake has to tap his brake. And they're like, oh, far right lane. You don't even know where they're at. You don't even know what kind of cars they're using. They're using, I'm not going to give the secret away. Keep the 5 precepts.
Okay,
Okay.
I still don't know if I'm clear
Yes.
on the God.
All right. So you know, so I hope that makes sense to everyone, because the God thing has always been everybody's mind. And when I reach this conclusion, I have to defend what I'm saying to you all, because everything I'm saying to you all is like dissertation level questions, dissertation fruitful answers, which is you test everyone. Again, see, test, and measure. Ask people. How many times have you bear false witness? How many times have we gossiped? You know, how many times have we tried to stay holy? How many times have we done unholy things or thought unholy thoughts, unwholesome thoughts, right? So how could you start questioning? Okay, so you find out God is real and God is true. We're going to tell them now after all the mistakes you've done. What are you doing now to repent? These are practical, clinical questions. And how do you approach it in your own clinical life? I've made peace with my past. There are many times where I could have really taken out people, truly, really. we men were designed to kill. You all know that, right? It's human biology. Aggression, human aggression, right? My ex-girlfriend cheated on me with my best friend, and I showed up to his work. Ready to kill, by the way. And where he worked was this fast food stand at the flea market, Wagon flea market. One way in, one way out. I was standing at the door. The only way out is he better roll and jump like Spider-Man. I looked at Kevin and I said, he knew what time it was when I showed up. Just imagine. Majority of us cheat. Again, it's human nature to cheat. That definition of cheating is just there, brought in by religion. But, we did three things: hunt, gather, reproduce, and reproduce with a lot of people a lot of times of the day. Yes? So it's no wonder why we get bored of one partner. That's sexology.
You were waiting for him to
Oh. And he knew what time it was. And there was some of these eyeballs. And I said, I just want to let you know I forgive you. And you saw a ton off his chest, off his shoulders. He wrote me 7 pages. That's how grateful he was for this forgiveness. Never tired of forgiveness. I kept it. It was written in pencil, and he also drew the things. He drew the lifeguard thing, because I was a lifeguard back then. He drew the airsoft guns. We used to play airsoft. It was really adorable. He will never forget it. I tell you that. It was a forgiveness of a lifetime. So therefore, if I die tomorrow, and every Christmas I go out to the nativity and I stand there, and I said, once you've done the most you can in the Bible, the most you can in the Nikayas, once you've done the most that you possibly can, and if you have the answer to these folks, the Lord of Karma, the Lord of Law of Cause and Effect, Christ and Buddha, just imagine they're all sitting there as a jury. How would you justify what you did? Go back to your journals, folks. Dear God, on November 2nd, 2022, or 1973, these are the things that happened. And these are the people that I was with. And this is the time that I had with them. And these were the resources available to me. And these are the choices that I made. And that's how we forgive ourselves. It's reflecting back on, you did what you did back then with the time that you had, with the people that you were with, and the resources available to you. You couldn't do any better. You didn't know any better.
Yeah. See, I know I can't keep the 10 Commandments. I don't even think I can keep the 5 Noble Truths. So the God thing, I had to get away from that because it was so condemning, because I knew I could never live up to it. So are you saying everything's cause and effect? So I'm doing the best I can with my higher self, what I think is right and wrong.
What I'm telling you is enjoy life and learn to let go. And at the moment of death, let everything go. Learn the art of letting go. I just had a student that lost his cat, depressed for 2 weeks, quit his job at Walmart because of attachment. Because of attachment. And I did a series on losing when your pet dies. And everyone knows in America, when your pet dies, it's a real funeral. It's just like a human dying. You go through the 5 stages of grief by Dr. Kubler-Ross. You go through the 5, you go through all of that. You will. Because again, the They're like humans to us. And in Buddhism, they were once humans, actually. Well, what I'm telling you is, keep your eyes on the prize. Hold yourself to a high standard. Don't be far from God. Don't be far from enlightenment. We all make mistakes. We get angry from time to time. Don't beat ourselves up. It's the nature of being human. If you have to justify to God, you made me this way, and then you want me to be perfect? Do you love me? He has to forgive you. No jury is going to be like, yeah, we really expected you to be a saint of the saint of the saint that we think that a saint should be. You know? The reason why I'm so big on the sainthood recently is because I don't want to come back as a human. So in Buddhism, rebirth is real. Reborn, being reborn. It's kind of funny in the Christian world, like reborn again Christian, remember? But in Buddhism, you can reborn into 6 different realms. The human realm, where you're at right now, is a favorable rebirth realm. It's all here. This is my little cheat sheet, by the way, folks. It's compressed just in case I forget anything. But the human realm is considered a mixture of suffering and pleasure. That's why we experience, oh my God, sex is so great. And then the next moment we're like, oh, my back hurts. God, it sucks to be human. Goodness, huh? Human realm with, why are you laughing, Stephen? Is your sex life great?
What did he say?
This is giggling back there. The young kids always giggle back there. They're like, sex, more sex. Sex, vaping, alcohol, weed. So I really make it fun, don't I? Not so dry. Trust me, the Theravada tradition rarely smiles. I'm the only one that smiles. Keep it dry, people run away after the first noble truth. There's suffering in life. You should strive for enlightenment. Arr. But I am me. This is the true me. This is the true authentic me. This is why I think I inspired so many out there. This is the authenticity. So anyways, I don't want to reborn again as a human. I don't want to come back. The truth is, the deep truth is that I don't want to come back to another round of COVID. To be born in a family of undesirable parents, for example, right? You know, there are students out there that took horrific stories. My mom's this, my mom's bipolar, I have to cut her. Then they feel guilt about cutting the bridge temporarily to ensure their own peace. And it's like, shoot. And sometimes you do have to take a break from family to ensure your own peace. The key here is to ensure your own peace. Just because they're family doesn't mean you have to put up with it. I have to be the family judge at certain points in my life and draw the line. On the paternal side of the family and on the maternal side of the family. I had to make decisions consistent of a judge. I had to make laws. I had to create policies and stood by them. Period. That's it. That is it. There's no ifs, buts about it. To ensure my own peace. Anyway, I don't want to come back again. You all should really think about that. You all should really reflect on it. That is one compelling driving force in Buddhism, is that number one, look at your own suffering. How much have you suffered? The magnitude of your suffering, the magnitude of your pain and suffering, both mental and physical suffering, the depth of your suffering, the depth of your suffering, the iceberg. Okay, have you really dived down to look where you've been? How much you have survived to get you to where you are today? And I think in your mind right now, you're like, this young monk in front of us is full of wisdom. He's full. How did he attain this wisdom? Well, because I have suffered like the bottomless pit, like homeless 3 times, lost everything in my life 3 times, 12 car accidents, survived all of them, herniated disc here and here. The list goes on, you know what I mean? And still be able to smile, to be able to learn to forgive myself and forgive others continuously, continuous process, in hope to be an arahant, to continue to give this very day, to continue to give everything, body, speech, and mind, everything I know, I give to you all. The cultivation of this monk cost about, I think, every doctor is about $1 million, right? Your doctor is worth $1 million because of the medical school that they went to. This monk is no different as a spiritual doctor. I chose a tradition that cannot charge money. Out of all the traditions I could choose, I chose one that could not charge a dime. And the only thing I can ask you for is aqua, H2O. It's the only thing I can ask you for. It is you that have to feel compelled of my programs and stuff, and you make your offerings, but you make the offerings to accumulate merits, to accumulate good karmic currency, your spiritual karmic currency. And we'll talk about that here in a little bit. But how do we destroy greed and desire? The antidote to greed and desire is to give. Generosity. And last year we had 200,000 new millionaires in the United States. Were you all aware of that? I read that and fell out of my chair. And I asked myself, well, my teachings have reached more than 100 million. How come no one wrote me a check? Not even for $5. It'd be nice to be like, hi, I am George Clooney, and I'd like to send you, $5. We're so drawn in within ourselves and the materialism, just analyze that part of our society that reinforces you need more. You need more. You need more of everything. So again, you have to really sit there and ask yourself, why is this 35-year-old gave up a $70,000 to $100,000 job as an interpreter, serving all areas of medicine, all areas of law, became a monk? Now, all the tradition, with the intelligence that I have demonstrated to you all, do what I do and continue to do what I do. And the only monk to sit here and really push hard on sainthood and really, before COVID, I taught death meditation right here. I prepared everybody for it. I knew it was coming. I did it a year before COVID happened. I knew it was coming. If you're the CIA, don't interrogate me. Don't ask me how I know. But, you look at the way how I practice and you realize he's on an accelerated path to sainthood. And at the time of this talk, he may just be a saint and y'all don't even know it. Now, the rule says that one who claims he's a saint is not a saint. But yeah, a lot of people, when they think of sainthood, both in any traditions, they think it's too far away and they don't really, and they're just like, nah, forget it. I'm gonna go back to my Budweiser and still gamble. And again, further away from the spiritual path. Where does that lead you? Where does that lead you with more gambling? What? Think about it. Think about the sex. Think about the alcohol, Stephen. Think about the sex. Think about the weed, Stephen. The weed, Jenna. The sex, Jenna. 3 marks of its existence. I should have wrote that. But will it last forever? Anything, your car, sex, drugs, alcohol, will it last forever? Examine it yourself, right? Human, you think you're gonna last forever. This laptop is gonna last forever. Number 2, sex. Is it always satisfying? Is your phone always satisfying? No, there's days where it doesn't want to work, doesn't want to turn on, right? Send a text, darn it. Send a text. Can't find the emojis. All right, things are not always satisfying. That Starbucks you had, is it always satisfying? Always? All the time? 90%? Number 3, is it always within your control? Is she always under your control? Is he always under your control? Jenna, is he always under your control? So we call that the 3 marks of existence. Anicca, dukkha, anatta. Impermanence, suffering, and the non-self. Doesn't last forever, anything. That's the true nature of the world. You can see that, you're really close to being the same. Truly. But in our final meditation of insight meditation, we sit to see that. We sit to see the impermanent nature of the world, and everything is transient and changing, and rarely is it under our control. And nothing is actually really ours. And again, where's the proof? Right there, your body. Your body is proof that it doesn't last forever, subject to change. It's not yours. My body, really, Karen. If it's your body, and if it gets sick, can you will it? The opposite. Can you will it not to get sick? So how could you call it my body? Because if it's yours, you have control over it, right? My phone. My wife. So when we see that, so our religious practice is mind and body, and with that direct evidence, we realize the teaching is real. We realize that, oh, that's why Buddhists practice the way they practice. And they don't throw a fit when their car breaks down. And they understand why a tsunami went through their country. They understand the teachings on karma. They understand, the meritorious deeds. Now, out of all the teachings, today's one of the most profound things. When you go home tonight, or when you're bored, look up Kathina ceremony on YouTube, and you see masses of people come together to celebrate, and they give. They give everything. They give money, gold, their possessions, because it's one of the generosity. It's one of the 10 perfections here. Okay. So if everything else here looks difficult, then you must ask yourself, what is easy to do? Generosity is one of the easiest one to do. That's why we have thrift stores, right? We donate to thrift stores, right? Yeah. But on a more philosophical note, give what? Well, if you're arguing, and if she wants to win, right? That's an argument. Somebody wants to win. Would you rather be right, or would you rather be happy? Brenda, are you going to do the right thing, or are you going to do what you really want to do? You must ask yourself that. George, Tom, right? Rick, are you going to do the right thing? Or are you going to do what you really want to do? And obviously, in every argument, somebody wants to win. So give it to them. Keyword, give it to them. If leaders across nations give in, we wouldn't have the wars that we have. True or false? Hi, your country is really awesome. Your country got a couple diamonds in there I want. You can come have it. How about you take 30%? We keep the rest for our people. Instead of, hell no. You grab your M2409, we'll duke it out, mister. And give the UN a very hard time. You open the door for someone that's giving. When you compliment and say, look at your shirt, that's such a beautiful shirt. When you guys start walking, I started complimenting. You notice that? That's giving. So when the list goes on, and it really does, the list goes on, just choose what you can work with. The Buddha says you don't have to do all of this all in one lifetime, even though I'm trying to do it all in one lifetime. But for you guys just choose what you can work with. Wisdom. Today you're receiving wisdom, yes? Go home and reflect on it. Oh. Not my body. Have you heard that, Pop?
Yes.
Chiropractic appointment tomorrow, yes? Anicca dukkha anatta. Loving kindness. Oh, we spoke about that. Truthfulness, right? Look at the checklist that you can check off. Whoever's taking notes, have you wrote this down? And if you have written it down, go back and check mark. Right? We're not giving up. What can we give up? Okay. Equanimity, we just practiced that through meditation. Peace. Not hard. Right? Patience. Oh. We don't get your fries at McDonald's. Oh, let's see if your patience being tested. How about traffic? Rick. Put down the 38, Rick. It's not worth it. These are all gifts. You want the lane? You can have it. Take my lane. Go ahead. Go ahead even go. All right, isn't it so nice when people do that?
People that get so outraged. What are you looking for?
They raise their blood pressure. They're one step closer to death over a traffic lane. Lack of thoughtfulness. Remember we talked about thoughtfulness? You're gonna die over a line on the road. Are you kidding me, Karen? Karen? So meditation aims for you to slow down a little bit. So the smarter you are, by the way, folks, the smarter you are, the more you get yourself into trouble. Because you think so fast. You're not catching it. The lane is the lane, and they're like, oh, how come you did that to me? Here's the ego. And part of our practice is the practice of the non-self, when we look at the ego. And that's the lakkhana. It's the ego. Humans, we have so much to do to resolve the art of perfecting to be human. I don't want you to be like perfect, but some of these things that are right up here, really gotta re-examine again. Because people are jerks out there, men and women. We got a lot of women nowadays that's pulling guns on cops. And I don't know what's in their mind that they think that they're faster than trained deputies and cops. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, you study some of these police shootings and it's just like, Karen, are you really serious? You really thought he didn't see you pull out that, and then you turn and you didn't even aim. They get dropped real quick. But because they don't do this, because they don't practice this. And this is not being taught in school. None of it. Everything I've told you, when was the last time you heard this in school? And the cycle keep going, folks. Our public schools still dishing out kids. And that's why we see guns in school, mass shootings, the isolation, the loneliness, the me, my suffering, the savage life chose me, and I will now choose the savage life. That narrative plays out. But But you can inspire, every single one of you can inspire other people around the world all day, every day, by and through your own peace. You will speak different, you will walk different, you will be different altogether. The totality of you, people will wonder, well, what is it about you that you light up like a Christmas morning when you walk in? The energy you bring. Tell me more. And that is when you can, now you become the teacher. And said, hey, you ever tried meditation? Let me guide you. And you know what? Guiding meditation is the best way to learn meditation again for yourself. All you have to do is go back to this video and hit, like repeat, rewind, or learn it. It's very simple, basic instructions. But when you sit with people and you guide them through it, or just loving kindness, it's not hard, folks. May I be well, may I be happy, may I be free from mental suffering, may I be free from physical suffering. Just 4 alone, repeated every day for 10 minutes, has tremendous amount of benefits. Empirical, evidence-based benefits. Don't believe me? Just Google benefits of meditation on your phone. It's been there for decades. Any questions so far? Now, when it comes to, let's talk about how to craft our karma. How to craft, and this is one of those very difficult things for Westerners to grasp, really, or accept. Yes, go back to the story of the Buddha. Remember that?
Yeah, with the wife.
Yes, with the wife thing. Give me 1 second. I drank a lot of water. Not my body.
Good friend. We just went to the Smoky Mountains and there was mushrooms everywhere. Everything was gift shop and sometimes I had some. I love it. It's so cute. Online.
Okay. Pizza's almost here, folks. In like 2 minutes, they're gonna be here. So I know you guys are all excited. So let me do this teaching for a second. We're okay with everything, right? Okay. All well hydrated. All right. So back to the giving thing, right? Now I forgot. Bunch of women lined up, and you can imagine the Buddha as a prince, a 16-year-old prince, going everywhere. He partied so much time and funny. In the stories of the Buddha, he really lived. For all the partying days that y'all have been, everyone gets parties. Anyways, so when it times for a wife, the Buddha was like, oh, God. And he's supposed to give out a ring to each one that comes to the party. So that was lovely. For the women that's there, and they're like, yay, I get to see this handsome, nice young man full of riches and the potential likely chance of being his wife. So he's seeing each one, he's like, here you go, tagging them out. Cute face, little waist with a big behind. Next one as they go through. And the last one is Yashotara. What did I say it right? And he ran out all his jewelry to give her. And he says, I'm so sorry. I ran out of everything. I don't have anything to give you. And she looked at him and she says, no, my lord, it is I that needs to give you something. Ooh, that's the one, he said. That's the one.
most beautiful story. If you go back to reading the life of Buddha, it's so beautiful. And all the fictions y'all done had read, y'all should read the life of Buddha. When he renounced, Kathina said, hey, peace out. I'm going to go on a spiritual path. Love y'all, but got to go. She suffered with him throughout that 7 years that he was gone. She took off all her jewelry, set it aside, slept on the floor. For 7 years, suffered with him while he was going through all of his training and education. So in life, choose someone that gives more and take less. That's the one. That's the one. And when you meet new people, new friends, and they reach over and they grab the bill and they're like, and you're like, and they insist, you know, you know, right? We've had those moments where it humbles us. It truly humbles us. All the friends that we've got, all people out there, is this one that really wanted us to enjoy our time. How thoughtful this human is. So the merit system. So this part of the explanation I have to do justice just because my teachers are watching and it's the offering of the robes. But I want you guys to, and it's good for you guys too, because you guys are actively digging into this. Merits. Miss Brenda, you have accumulated a lot of merits by and through bringing friends here to listen to the Dhamma. The Dhamma is the teachings of the Buddha. Now, you may not believe this, but as a direct result of your actions, this is one of the most meritorious deeds that you can do as a human. No different than bringing more sheep to Christ's house, right? And in another way to explain merits is like spiritual currency, coins. Just imagine Bitcoin or something, right? Now, recently, a young man died during training in the armed forces. Good-looking young man, full of intelligence. You can tell this kid was full of life, just looking at the picture alone. Always wanted to be in the military. I don't want to give too much information to protect, because it's so recent to protect the family and their privacy. And I ran into my dad and I said, Dad, why did he die? My dad has mastered the art of reading people. He can tell your longevity, he can tell a lot of things. The art of face reading, rooted in Chinese philosophy. And my dad says, he's reading his newspaper at night and glanced over at the 19-year-old that recently died. My dad says, his ear's too thin. That's why he died. Just like that. And I said, my ear and his ear is identical. It's identical. What do you mean? And then he read the newspaper and he's doing this to me. And he said, because you have merits from your parents and you too accumulated merits for yourself. So count your blessings. Then we're back to reading. So first and foremost, I am living proof in front of you, a real live human that have lived. And let me share with you about what that means about the merit system that is real. And it's my job to try to observe, try to test, and try to measure these things to see if it actually is real. Because if it don't make sense to me, it won't make sense to y'all. In my 13 car accidents, I totaled all of them. I showed you pictures, it was horrific. One of them was we were victims of DUI. My girlfriend was in the car, followed by John Sterner, Tyler Baldwin, Christina Sterling. We were stopped at a stoplight one time, 102nd and 4th Street, near the Gandhi Boulevard intersection, coming back from Airsoft in Lakeland. We were facing southbound, far right lane, when a drunk driver hit us so hard that the car spanned like 5 times and landed on a ditch. None of us died. No injuries. In my life, I've had many jobs. Some of those required me wearing a uniform and a gun in the protection industry, not law enforcement. And there was a shooting in Tampa, Club Viva, one night. It was an active shooting. If you were hit Club Viva, there were bullets flying everywhere that night. I was not aware because our radio, we don't have their system. A barrage of people trying to get through the door. I said, everybody pull your tasers, point to the crowd. If they come in, tase them. Somebody get on the radio, call Tampa police, tell them we have a riot, we have guns out. Nobody called. I don't know why am I not seeing red and blue lights? I go back into the club, I go back out, there's red and blue lights everywhere, but there's no cops. Now I'm wondering, why are there no cops? So I'm pissed. I'm pissed. I walked out as a supervisor and I'm looking back and forth and I see Tampa police tackling someone. And then as I walk over there and I'm like, okay, that's nice. Why are you putting on your vest? He's putting on his second vest, his other bulletproof vest on, two of them. And the fear on this cop's face was amazing. TPD is kind of like our LAPD. They don't fear anything. It's Tampa. There's shootings all the time. And I asked him, like, shots fired? He looked up to me and he nodded his head in fear. So I drew my gun and I walked in the middle of the parking lot. And I'm scanning for danger as I was trained. There's a car coming up. There's police cars everywhere. There's a car coming up to the front door. And mind you, bullets are whizzing left to right. That's why they're hiding. That's why the cops are not out there challenging. I'm out there challenging this car. This was right before I became a monk. That's because I was on a suicide mission anyways. I hit rock bottom, remember? So I was convinced that this was the shooter, and I'm convinced that why would you come to the front door to a guy in uniform with a gun out in his hand? And I didn't get shot. I survived that night. All right, so I'm like a cat with 9 lives. Okay, that's the moral of the story. Recently, I've had these feelings, and I had a wisdom teeth pulled back in the college days. No pain, no horrific stories in the pulling of the wisdom tooth. You gather all of this up, and I have also measured other families' karmic effects. That means I'm observing people, how they suffer and why they suffer, and into the details of their medical records and their life, near-life death experience, anything that puts them in harm's way. And I realized that all of the good intention. Now, I wasn't an angel growing up, by the way. I stole, I cheated, I've done all these things. I committed felonies and misdemeanors. Not a convicted felon, by the way. Never been convicted of a felony, but I committed felonies, okay? So, not proud of it, but wasn't an angel growing up. But I always had the benefit of others in mind. I always gave when I could. As a direct result of that giving, I have accumulated these merits where they are, and whoever's keeping track of them. Clearly you hear that when I suffered, I didn't suffer that long, where I was and what I was doing, okay? And including the merits of my parents. And that reinforces the teaching of sharing of the merits, anu modana. So when these folks are out there right now doing this Kathina ceremony, they're out there, and when they hold these robes and they offer it to the monk, when they hold the robes and they offer it to the monk, for people who have died in their life, they say in their mind or out loud, they say, may I share these merits with my departed loved ones. And some of those currencies go to the departed so that they have a more favorable rebirth when it runs out. But these merits do run out. You do use all of them up. That 19-year-old that died, his expiration date came. In other world, like Christianity, we say, God's time, your time's up. In Buddhism, your merits ran out. Phuk, P-H-U-C. Phuk, my dad said. Phuk, Phuk and Phuk, Phuk and Phuk. And again, I'm looking at my dad. I'm also measuring him. I'm also his whole life. He was a military lieutenant that did not fire around at any human during the Vietnam War. And he too did not suffer. Throughout the totality of his life, he did not suffer long. Good health, good wife, good kid, as good as ever gonna get. Okay. So now I want you to reflect on your life here on forward, that now you're now receiving the wisdom of the Buddha, 2,566 years old. Because if these things were not true, the tradition would never survive, and people would stop practicing them, right? It's like prayers. Like you keep on praying, you don't get what you're praying for, or what's the point of praying anymore? So at the end of today, if the opportunity exists, y'all put like a quarter in these envelopes. And y'all put it in that little thing right there. And you do it to perfect this generosity thing. And you do it and you wish and you say, may I share these merits, or may these merits come to me for good health, long life, less suffering. And if you have nothing to give, you dedicate the gift of your speech, right speech, thoughtful speech, positive speech for other people. That's why the Dalai Lama says, I dedicate my body, speech, and mind for the benefit of humanity. And you do all that you can every single day in hope that you will not suffer that bad. Because it's coming. We know this. We know old age, death, decay, disease is coming, right? With Hurricane Ian that just passed us, WTSP, which is Channel 10 here locally, have reported that flesh-eating bacteria numbers have grown in areas affected with Ian, with the flooding. I mean, the right river, all that stuff is coming in. Okay? So people in the affected areas, you bet, those with not a lot of merits, go and get it. I mean, how do they know? Because infection rates are within the primary clinics. I mean, how do they know flesh-eating bacteria is up if you don't have victims? You know? From a Buddhist standpoint, we pray, remind for those. This is where, again, look back in your life, those near-death experience, those many times where you suffered through sickness, in health, and so on. Think of all the time that you were spared. Your age speaks volume, by the way. Your age meaning that your merits is still going. Your currency is still there. You haven't reached bankruptcy yet. Bankruptcy is when you're clocking out. Your time's up. Truly. So understanding this, it gives us wise fear. Wise fear. Because Aaron Carter just passed away. Brother of Nick Carter, the singer of the NSYNC for Backstreet Boys. Backstreet Boys, right? Millionaire. Died at age 35. Why? Time's up. One can postulate, I'll guess, without evidence, of course. Did he build any monasteries or church or temple? Did he donate to the Cancer Foundation? You have to ask that to investigate these things. You have to ask that. You have to ask that to investigate these things. And likewise, you see most of our celebrities, how many have actually given to charity? Angelina Jolie gave a lot. She's still living and still have no breast cancer, right? And you look at those who give the most in society and you realize that, oh, I'll be darned, they're happier, they're healthier, right? And when you give, folks, money is one of those hardest things to give just because we work so hard for them. But you can also reflect on the joy of giving, the memory of giving to those who are best in need. I use cancer a lot. We see a lot of sicknesses in America. But when you get older, the Dalai Lama says, when you get older, you can, if you lived a good life, you can relive it again when you're older. And you can access that memory. If I'm on my dying bed, like tomorrow, they put a trach in me and I'm just, right? And if I'm still aware, I will shut my eyes and I will focus on my breath to reduce the pain as much as possible. And I will reflect on all of the things that I have done good for you and for everyone else I've benefited. The smile that I put on Jenna's face, the smile that I put on Stephen's face, and right here. Until my merits run out, and then flatline. But that's something that is immediate that you can see and feel, and I'm pretty sure you all have given before in your life, where you reflect on that giving, writing a check or something like that. So again, I wanted everyone to, when you go home today, I just want you to reflect on the generosity because it will separate you from the rest of the selfishness in the world. You are the nobles, the wise, the noble. Not necessarily a saint, but okay, all right, we'll be noble then. And these are noble actions. These are noble thoughts, keeping others in mind as always. So with that given said, we're going to take a lunch break and enjoy this pizza. So I'd like to conclude that. And when we come back in about 30 minutes, as we talk amongst ourselves, we will wrap up with loving kindness meditation. Yeah. And that should leave us around near the 2:30 area. We wanted to finish by 3 so that you guys can get on with your Sundays, with shopping and all that, grocery stuff, whatever. And then whatever questions you may have, I can answer them throughout the lunch. And as this lunch is also happening, I'm going to put on the TV screen here a YouTube that was done by me, but the person who crafted it's so beautiful, that literally made a movie with the interview that I gave the teaching, but between these teachings, there were images of what accompanied after the teaching. Is very inspirational. So, as you enjoy your pizza, I will put that on and you guys can really get a clue of, it gives picture everything into context of so you can grasp what's going on. So again, I'd like to conclude this first half of the day, and you all enjoy your pizza. Everyone online, you guys can just observe and watch.
And make more merits. Party.
Right.
You We have plates, Stephen.
Now, what are some of the
Plates.
Thank you.
Oh,
okay?
Jenna. Where's Jenna? Jenna right over.
You know which pieces are lit? Vegan? Okay. Find a place to open that. Maybe we can set it somewhere. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, sometimes. There's one. Yeah. There's probably another one over there. Look at the other one. Aha.
Yeah, and I really didn't have to cut it.
Maybe.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh, okay, you can put your own fingers on it. I got my piece. There you go.
This right here, legal, best part, it's available in all 50 states, and it comes great.
So I have partied before, I've had a girlfriend before, I've had sex before, I've
Nice one,
had
man.
luxurious things before, I've had food.
You seen it? Here, they did such a good job. It's amazing.
My name is Venerable Chidao. I'm a Theravada Buddhist monk. Theravada is the school of the elders, the longest and still continuing school of Buddhism. This is my 7th year. I just turned 35 years old, and this is my path to peace. Before becoming a monk, I was a legal and medical interpreter serving all areas of law and all areas of medicine
What's
and
venerable
society. I did that
One who's
for
worthy of veneration.
15 years.
Because I have to carry myself, I can't party like these folks.
Is to inspire people around the world.
That was your
Or you
gift.
lose your marriage.
It's an honorific title given to all monks. It's no different than a priest or a reverend.
I found
Yeah,
a
rabbi.
very liberating way to achieve peace. And I wanted to share that with the rest of the world.
Peace made everything better.
So after my best friend and grandmother passed away, I decided to become a monk. I visited my local monastery with the permission of my parents. I asked to be ordained, and off I went. Before ordaining, I had already received a lot of training in Vietnam from another teacher with another tradition, from the Mahayana tradition. That teacher's name is Venerable Kwan at the monastery named Kim Sung in my city of Nha Trang City. And my training there actually included death meditation a lot because the monastery was located up in the mountains and in a nearby village. And every time I visit, somebody just always dying. There's someone always passed away in the nearby village. He asked me, "Hey, we have another one. We have another funeral. Do you want to come with me?" So that was the start of my training. I would consider that as monastic training because, it's very real. It's right there in front of you. And he took me underneath his wings as his student. I was very young. I think I was 15 or 16 when I started. And every 2 to 3 years, I would visit him to listen to the teachings of the Buddha. I've also been to Thailand and Cambodia, but I was ordained here in Florida. And, I got along with everyone. I have very good teachers, Venerable Tikmin, and they have took me underneath their wings. After 5 years, a monk can go off on his own. He's pretty much graduated his apprenticeship with his master. And so what you guys see here is a monk who has finished his apprenticeship and now is off to teach the world what he knows and what he's qualified to teach, qualified, authentic, and experienced teacher. Young, but I still consider myself as a junior monk, and at this time I sit on a board, on a panel of Buddhist scholars around the world to give teachings of the Buddha worldwide. I was originally Catholic before becoming a Buddhist, so I'm very well aware of the commandments and the teachings of Christ. I think all of them are awesome. I think all the gods are awesome.
Isn't that beautiful how they put Christ up there?
I chose Buddhism.
They made a whole movie.
For me, sometimes Buddhism is not a one-size-fits-all. It may not work for you, it may not work for other people. But it is not my job to convert people, and it is not my job to say, yeah, my God is awesome and your God is not, or vice versa. You can be from any religion right now and practice Buddhism. It is something, if you have stress in your life, if your mind is all over the place, if you cannot bring your mind under control, if there's too much people that is bothering you, if there's toxic people in your family, co-workers, and anything that costs you peace, anything that is bothering you, you can't eat right, you can't sleep right, time to look at a better way of living and living a good life. Buddhism can be defined in many ways, one of which the scientific study of the mind, understanding our mind and how it thinks, how it jumps, how the mind can cost us peace. And peace is defined as anything that is disrupting, anything that is agitating the mind. Peace is free from disturbing emotions. Buddhism is quite concerned about that. We assert that Buddhism is about studying the mind and bringing this mind under control. If we attend to the mind, bring it under control, and if we discipline the mind, then we will in fact see and that it will yield great happiness. Buddhism is also about a non-toxic philosophy meant for everybody, whether you are Black, white, Puerto Rican, Filipino, Chinese, Japanese, if you are gay, straight, lesbian, transgender, across the LGBTQIA+ spectrum, whether you have been a criminal, whether you have made mistakes in your life, whether you have hurt yourself or hurt other people. Buddhism asserts that you can in fact change. Matter of fact, you can become a saint. You can turn around at any point in time in your life to choose this path and see if it's going to work out for you. We practice to let a lot of things go. We try not to let little things in life get to us, make us sad, make us worry. We try not to attach on to anyone or anything. We try not to let anything bother us, and that we are not to be moved by anything that is good or bad, praise or blame. We try to see the true nature of reality of life as it is. And that's where we assert where people do foolish things or think foolishly because they don't see things as they are. Because some of the common traits of a Buddhist is that they live life very optimistically. They're very grateful every day when they wake up. They realize that they have an opportunity to change, an opportunity to create good deeds, good karma, good thoughts, good speech, and good action for the benefit of other people. They rejoice in the good deeds, thoughts, and action by serving people. That's how they smile at night, realizing that, I made a lot of people smile today. I made a lot of people happy today by giving more and taking less. And when I had nothing to give, I gave my body, speech, and mind. I opened the door for someone. I said nice things to people. I thought of them, as happy, healthy human being, that I wish them a happy, healthy life. I do not wish them ill will. I do not judge. We try to help people. We try to not do harm to ourselves and to do harm to other people, either directly or indirectly. Traits of a Buddhist include being very mindful at what we do. Everything we do, we are mindful of. We are aware, we are conscious, and we are alert. We are aware when our senses are open. We are aware when our eyes are open and what we see affects us, what we hear, and as a direct result of hearing, how that can affect us, our emotions, and our thoughts. We are aware of our actions, our body language, everything that we do. We try to keep to ourselves. We try not to talk bad about other people. We try to look at our own faults. We try to improve ourselves before we compare to other people. A Buddhist will always exercise his or her intelligence and wisdom to fix their problem. They will not run away from any problems that is presented in front of them, problems with home, school, or family. They will try to solve the problem wisely by following the Noble Eightfold Path, which is 8 things that will help you not be in trouble, 8 things that will help you do things wisely, in a kindful way, in a mindful way, the way that the Buddha would want you to approach in solving problems. We deal with the problem head on as much as we possibly can. So these are just some of the basic common traits and trademarks of a actual, real, authentic Buddhist practitioner.
I'm not sure if that. Oh, no, that's just middle weight.
I've had luxurious things before. I've had jewelry. I've had gold. I've had diamonds. I used to sell diamonds. I was a jeweler. I used to work in fast food. I used to work at the courthouse. I used to do all these things. Once you play with all of these things, it's like, okay, you know what it's like to party. You know what it's like to have a drink. You know what it's like to drink wine. You know what it's like to be with a girl. You know what sex is like, right? These are human things. The Buddha himself also had a son. He had a wife at the age of 16, and he had a son named Rahula. So he also partied. So if you study the life of the Buddha and you read many books, you see that he has lived before he renounced and gave everything up, like I have. So I have given everything up because I believe that, partying more doesn't lead me anywhere to the path of peace, and it would be wasting my time. This is a good age for me. When I ordained was a very good age because, I always wondered why people near productive and at peace. Then I realized that, that's usually what happens because you've done the partying, then you ask yourself, oh my goodness, how did I get here? And where do I want to go? And who do I want to go with? At this time in my life, none of these things appeal to me anymore. Because as a trained monk, I see the three marks of existence in life. That means impermanence, change, and control. That means everything in life is impermanence, that it is not going to last forever. That it is subject to change and it is not always satisfying. And rarely are things under my control. So when we see these marks of existence clearly in anything, your phone, your boat, your car, your house, your job, your work, your girlfriend, your husband, your wife, whatever, you will see it very clearly. And I had a good mixture of suffering and a good mixture of pleasure and happiness in my life to propel me onto this path and to keep me on this path. I really aspire now to be a saint. Um, it's kind of like in the Catholic world, maybe sometimes people don't really take that seriously. But in Buddhism, we have the four stages of enlightenment, the four stages of sainthood. In the Catholic world, you have the four stages also of canonization of a saint. In Buddhism, we assert that we don't want to come back. If you don't want to come back as another human, and go through COVID again, or go through disease, birth, old age, decay, and death, then you should really strive to be a saint, which is an arahant. And that to me sounds really good right about now. And leading people to peace. And hopefully they keep the Ten Commandments, hopefully they keep the precepts so that, they are Buddhas to be, saints to be.
I got that
no
from
matter
you.
which religion.
Buddhist to be. Remember you texted me that? I used it.
So for lay people, which is people who are not monks, we call them lay people, you guys try to keep the 5 precepts. It's very basic, don't cheat, don't kill, don't steal, refrain from intoxicating substance, refrain from sexual misconduct. And for those who like the 8th precept, it includes not lying on a luxurious bed, anything of luxury, and not to engage in refrain from entertainment. So we have those basic precepts, what we call them, and refraining is means to try to lessen, try to keep it down, try to not do too much of it, because too much of something is not good for you. Practicing Buddhism can bring you closer to God. Practicing Buddhism can bring you closer to Christ. And sometimes you have to use the best available resources we have, which is the existence of YouTube, the existence of books, okay? And the fact that monks like me have made ourselves available to the public that any one of you can reach out to ask questions, to follow the methods of the Buddha, to follow the particular methods that the monk is teaching. For example, myself, I have something called a rapid realization program. So anyone that is experiencing depression or anxiety, I tell them to study cognitive behavioral therapy, which is CBT. So, you send me an email, I give you the book is free, the book is PDF, you read the book, you follow the program, you ask me questions. That's how you can learn without a monk in your area. Sometimes you have to look at hundreds of years ago when we did not have the internet. What could we do? Now you have it. This is the best time of your life to use all of the resources that is available to you to bring you closer to enlightenment, bring you closer to peace, bring you closer to becoming a saint, bring you closer to Christ, if that is something that you like. We can help you do that. I was not the first monk to use social media. I was inspired by monks that have gone before me, and that would be Venerable Ajahn Jayasaro, Bhikkhu Bodhi, Bhikkhu Yutatamo. You know, this whole social media thing to me is an experiment. And I first started out with TikTok. I just wanted to see, you know, what the curiosity, what TikTok was all about, and it blew up. I guess the world has chosen their favorite monk. That I keep it simple, straight to the point, easy to understand, to relate to Generation Z, the Zoomers, of what you all see now, all of the young people from across the world. And you know, it's working out. It's good. My message is getting across, and I'm very happy that we can use social media the right way, the beneficial way, in reaching young people and teaching them to achieve peace, so that they would be less stressed and you know, so that they don't do foolish things that we have seen around the world. Everyone's unique and different in their spiritual dimension. And so you have to figure out where you are right now. It's my job when I talk to people to figure out where they're at in life. Either they're divorced, someone died. It's my job to meet them where they're at their level of understanding, comprehension, emotional aspect, cognitive aspect, so I can select the proper teaching for that particular human. Now, even if I was a Buddha sitting here, I cannot save you. You must save yourself. The Buddha says, you must save yourself. No one can and no one may. So we have to try to move through this life intelligently and wisely and figure out how we're going to skillfully solve the problems that we have created for ourselves or may have found us. I advise all of you to look at what's going on in the world right now and how the world is becoming an unsafe place to live. You know, the shootings, the drugs, the killing, the raping, the stealing, all of these things pull us away from each other. You gotta have safety in the world in order to do anything. You gotta have safety to pray, you gotta have safety to meditate. It's the first gift we give in Buddhism, is the gift of safety, also known as sila. And then that clears the way. And I would invite everyone to try meditation. Try to calm your mind, give your mind a vacation, relax by studying the techniques, one point and concentration techniques. You know, breathing in, you know you're breathing in, breathing out, you know you're breathing out. We take thousands of breaths each day. How many of those breaths do you actually notice? Analyzing the temperature of the air in the room right now through your nostrils is another one point of concentration technique. These are methods designed to calm you down, calm your mind down. When your mind is calm, you can see things more clearly. You will be less affected by what is in front of you, by the circumstances that is in front of you. Be mindful of everything that you do. Everything you say, make sure you think about it before you say it. Take care of your thoughts when you are alone, and be careful what you say when you're around other people. We don't want you to get into trouble. Be mindful when you eat. Be mindful when you're lying down. This is one of the quickest way to be closer to Buddhism or practice Buddhism, is to just think before you do things. And, you know, approach this path with curiosity and enthusiasm. What is it that he's trying to tell us? What is it that we need to know? What is it that we need to practice? I believe that everyone can do it. And I'm very grateful and very joyful to bring the good news, this news, to Filipino people who have probably never heard of Buddhism or wants to get into Buddhism. It is my encouragement that if you do this, you will be happier. You will be happier. You will be doing everything that Jesus Christ wants you to do. You know, to take care of your neighbors, to forgive and ask for forgiveness. Sometimes we ask in Catholic world, how? Dear God, how do I do that? When they slap me across my face and our Lord Christ said, turn the other cheek, sometimes we don't know how. And Buddhism can teach you the how to do that. How do we forgive them? How do we wish them kindness? All the way to our enemies, you know? How do we wish them, may they be well, may they be happy, may they be free from physical suffering, may they be free from mental suffering. So I'm talking to a population that is mostly Catholic, and I'm trying to relate to all of you as much as I can. Again, if you have found this interesting, give it a try. My continuous encouragement, I am available for you and for all. Any one of you can reach out and write me an email. Any one of you can call me at any time on Instagram, on Facebook. So just know that there is a monk out there named Chidao, and he made himself available to all of us. And he will make it fun like I have for all of my students worldwide. With 1.3 million on TikTok and 39,000 on Instagram, clearly you see that it's working out for other people, and hopefully it is going to work out for you. My blessings to all of you across the world and in the Philippines. Where Buddhism thrives, your world will thrive. Where Buddhism prospers, your country will prosper. Your town will prosper. If you heed the advice of the wise, it may just happen. So I invite everyone to reflect on our wonderful conversation today. And again, thank you for having me. And I'm available for questioning at any time. And I cannot wait to see all of you in Philippines.
That's it. So you guys reach out to Lab City tonight and click on the video to give him some views, because he didn't even appear. Usually I've done so many dozens of podcasts, and this is the first one where they actually, the amount of time that is put into editing and all of this. So okay, so at this time we want to return back to our seats. We're not going to do anything too major as you guys are trying to digest. I'd like to introduce you guys to loving kindness meditation.
Okay, so now we're back, and it just so happens to be that the person who reached out to me was from the Philippines, and because of his accent, my perception was maybe I should speak a little slower. So what you saw in the video there, it worked out, everything worked out. I was so jubilant. The fact that I spoke slower, it just made everything more comprehensible. Because you guys notice I talk really fast. It's part of how this brain works. And I was talking to, like, again, a population of mostly Catholics, so I had to be very mindful of what I'm saying there. But we've had Catholic priests that tried Buddhism with Venerable Tityakan, the world-renowned Venerable Tityakan. And these priests came back and said, we became better priests because we practiced Buddhism. And that was a statement that changed the world. Just to know that, just to give permission that it is okay to be this, then also practice this, and that could bring us closer to who? To whoever you want. Right? We were born, and not a lot of people, tell us these things, so we can't think outside the box because we don't know it's okay to think outside the box. And it took all of these wonderful holy men to gather the data that they have and to make these world-changing statements, to give people permission to try out new things and No, it's okay. The Christ is not gonna be mad at you if you try Buddhism. You have any questions based on the video that you guys seen? I figured you guys would chit chat. I didn't expect you guys were really attentive to the video, but it's good absorption for all of you, especially with the break in between, and we only have 4 hours together. Any questions on the video feedback?
So are you saying in the Philippines, Buddhism isn't well known?
It's not, and it's not flourishing. It's not flourishing or thriving like other Southeast Asian countries. And there's ISIS over there in Philippines. So you wander off on the wrong part of Philippines, you're in trouble, deeply in trouble. And the president over there has years ago, two, three, I'm not sure, I don't think it's still going on, but he gave the order that if you see a drug dealer, shoot him. So it became a very wild, wild west over there. There's bodies everywhere. Every night there were bodies. Every night there were funerals because of the drug infested communities. I mean, just police saw you as a drug dealer, whether you run or you don't run, have a weapon or not, you're shot. You will be killed. There's no dead or alive. You will be dead. That's the order from the president. So, I like to do some work in Philippines. I really look forward to doing some work in Philippines. I hope that the causes and conditions flourishes in some way, financially, somewhere down the road. That somebody's going to step forward and say, "We choose you to be the leader. Can you please stay here and lead us? And here's the resources that you're going to need, or here's resources through a trusted fund or something." But I'm readily available to the world that needs me. Any country that wants me or needs me, I'll stay. I'll do it. I'll do what needs to be done because I've studied. You won't believe the stuff that I studied internationally to have insight into those regions of where Buddhism is needed. So I'm here to make a mark and a dent in the world. I'm not one of those small caliber monks. This is a very high caliber monk because Edgar College cultivate us to be so. They want us to get out, literally change the world. So change the world,
And you're going to Thailand. Why are you going?
To further my training and experience, I'll actually
Say it too loud, but I'd like to go as undercover to get some insight as to how they run things over there, because I'm also very famous in Thailand. So I've stirred up quite a few things, both praise and blame. They're like, "Oh my God, he's wonderful. He inspires millions." And then they turn back around and they say, "He goes to the gym in the United States. We don't understand why he's going to the gym." You can't go to the gym. You can't drive a car. You can't do these. You can't wear purple robes because obviously in Africa, you can wear purple robes, but they don't know that. So they're like, "What religion does he represent?" I offer myself as the experiment to the world. Praise and blame. It is one of the 8 winds that the Buddha said. Pain and pleasure, praise and blame. Well, let me give you my body to be that praise and blame. Have at it, So every celebrity gets picked on for all sorts of reasons. I'm one of them. So. Have at it. However, inspired by Saint to be, Venerable Father Monsignor Father Al Aloysius Schwartz, Catholic. He died, but before he died, he made a very big dent in the world by creating Boys Town, Girls Town, and all these centers in Philippines, Mexico, and Korea. What a wonderful man that inspires all of us missionary monks, missionary holy men later. His bishop even tried to get him killed because he was reeling in millions of dollars. His own bishop. It's like me telling you, "Yeah, my own teacher trying to get me killed because I'm able to raise millions for these fundings for the betterment of children, poor, poverty, destitute children." So he's saint to be. He's in the canonization process within the Catholic world. The whole world is now starting to learn his name, even though he died in 1992. The canonization process to be a saint in Catholic world is very strenuous, and they wait a long time to see if there's any allegations
before declaring someone venerable. So venerable is not an easy title to earn in the Catholic world, whereas it's easily given in the monk world. Okay, so anyways, back to us. Now I'd like to introduce to you all, now I know meditation is difficult, and today you all are going to learn this music. It's called Chant of Metta. And when things are really stressful, you have a sad day, or you're really anxious, it's good to just go in a car or go somewhere with your earbuds and just listen to this music. I listened to this when I was younger. I was a very angry young man growing up. I wasn't one that spoke about my feelings. I wrote in a journal, but this music really helped calm me down. You will hear it in Pali, which is the original language of the Buddha, and you will hear it in English, which is the translation of it. So at this time, you guys can close your eyes, you can open your eyes and really absorb the meaning behind it. It's called Chant of Metta. This gives you time to digest a little bit before we go into this type of meditation when I explain all of that. And I think by that time we should conclude our day.
May I be free from enmity and danger. May I be free from mental suffering. May I be free from physical suffering. May I take care of myself happily. May my parents, teachers, relatives, and friends, fellow Dharma-farers, be free from enmity and danger. Be free from mental suffering. Be free from physical suffering. May they take care of themselves happily. May all yogis in this compound be free from enmity and danger. Be free from mental suffering. Be free from physical suffering. May they take care of themselves happily. May all monks in this compound novice monks, laymen and laywomen disciples, be free from enmity and danger. Be free from mental suffering. Be free from physical suffering. May they take care of themselves happily. May our donors of the four supports be free from enmity and danger. Be free from mental suffering. Be free from physical suffering. May they take care of themselves happily. May our guardian devas in this monastery, in this dwelling, in this compound, may the guardian devas be free from enmity and danger. Be free from mental suffering. Be free from physical suffering. May they take care of themselves happily. May all beings, all breathing things, all creatures, all individuals, all personalities, May all females, all males, all noble ones, all worldlings, all deities, all humans, all those in the four woeful planes, be free from enmity and danger, be free from mental suffering, be free from physical suffering. May they take care of themselves happily. May all beings be free from suffering. May whatever they have gained not be lost. All beings are owners of their karma. In the eastern direction, in the western direction, in the northern direction, in the southern direction, in the southeast direction, in the northwest direction, in the northeast direction, in the southwest direction, in the direction below, in the direction above.
May all beings be well. May all beings be happy. May all beings be free from mental suffering. May all beings be free from physical suffering. May everything that they have gained not be lost. May they all know what it's like to be at peace. May they all know not to have an agitated mind. May they know what it's like not to be depressed. May they know what it's like not to be anxious. We radiate this wholesome, loving kindness across the world in all directions. To the northern hemisphere, to the southern hemisphere, to the east and the west of the world. May all fulfill their wishes. May all of their wishes be fulfilled. This time you can relax your concentration. You may arise from your meditation. You know, I get really good at this from time to time. More refined, you know. When I started out teaching, it wasn't all this soft. It was more like sit, meditate, breathe, don't ask me questions. Like how I was taught. So I taught how I was taught, which is sit, breathe, don't. Somewhere down the line, soften up and realize, oh, you can't teach like that. People are not going to get it. They're going to run away. and just having a lot of fun along the way. So loving kindness meditation is very effective when we notice ourselves. You know, why am I suffering? When we start folding inwards is where suffering arises. When we're too self-involved within ourselves is when suffering starts to arise. One must be very aware of that, is when we start, I can't believe he dumped me. I can't believe she said that to me. I can't believe I have a flat tire. Be very aware of the me, my, and I. Me, my, and I. Gives rise to the ego, and it will always attack you in many vicious ways. It's like a bunch of pit bulls running around in your mind. And you have to always keep an eye out for how many of them are there and when they're going to make their moves. The devil in Buddhism is called Mara. And Mara is not like this creature with a tail that runs around and yank your ear. Mara is actually your own psychological demon in Buddhism. Again, very realistic, very like right there, you can tell. And you can examine your Maras right now. How many Maras do we have? How do we know it's Mara? Well, maybe it has to do with greed, excessive desire, and trying to get there in an unethical and immoral way would be Mara. Oh, these are on 4-hour timers.
Oh, okay. I was like,
That's another clue. That's like your time's up.
funny.
Can you both hit the light again? There's a little button. There's a little, it has a little light button. When we look at greed, our anger, when our anger is being directed towards the guy that's trying to get in your lane, those are Maras. Just be aware of them. And the greed and anger is fueled by ignorance. Because we don't know about the Four Noble Truths, these things arises and attacks us in many ways, many times. So again, I would encourage you all to go home and study the Four Noble Truths and meditate on the Four Noble Truths. And really try to hone it in, trying to inject that into your bloodstream of suffering. Find suffering, find reasons where it backs up suffering within you, within other people. Find where, because I want something and I can't get it, and as a result of that, I am agitated right now. Look for evidence. And that's how this school of Buddhism emphasizes a lot of psychology and the analytical part of your mind. You have to really think of what's happening here. It's not easy. And it's easy for me to say, everyone go home and pray that all your problems go away. It's easy to put our hands together and say, dear Buddha, make all of my anxiousness and depression go away. Make my mommy go away. Make my boyfriend go away. Make this stalker stop stalking me. No. No. The Buddha said, if you were to throw a stick in the lake and you asked the Buddha to get it for you, the Buddha would say, how about you go down there and get it yourself? Right? So if someone is stalking you, you look at the judicial system for a restraining order. And look at the elements of stalking. If there's 3 stalkings over the past 6 months, it constitutes stalking. No contact order. If you want your mommy to go away, well, you need to work some things out. You need to look at the details of your life. So my point is, you have to look at the details of your life. It's no easy way out. We humans, we get lazy. We get lazy with everything. We got robots that vacuum for us nowadays, right? So when it comes to our own problems, it's like, just leave it up to God. No, Karen, no. Sit, apply your intelligence and apply wisdom to swim, to effectively swim out of what you dug yourself into, or whatever problem that have found you. And sometimes we don't ask for it. Sometimes it just finds us. It's like, when did you come into my life? My goodness, I didn't ask for this. So, again, buying through human effort, you will achieve peace. Buying through human effort, you will attain enlightenment. So again, back to the loving kindness meditation, very effective at mitigating that anger. And I know as soon as you turn on the news, we get angry. Simply put, which is, I can't believe they're stealing. I can't believe they're running away from cops. I can't believe they're home invasion. We read some horrific headlines and anger arises. When that happens, and the more agitation we get about the world, it is an emphasis of urgency that we have to perfect our own practice, right? And once we perfect our own practice, we can inspire other people. And it radiates within individual, then couples, if you guys are a couple, couples, right? And then group context, which is what's happening here, group, and then community, and then state, and then national, and then international. It's not a fast process changing the world, and the world is supposed to be getting safer by the day. So all we can do is try to really mitigate it as best as we can. And when you really think the world sucks altogether, in a nutshell, well, guess what, folks? Don't try to come back here. Because if you don't do these things I'm telling you, you will come back here. You will rebirth as a, you'd be lucky if you rebirth as a human, but think about it. Not all humans come out with 10 toes and 10 hands, 10 fingers. Not all humans were born with intelligence. My goodness, they look smart, but until you talk to them or until you really dig into their mind, it's like, poor thing. Yes? The study of neurology. Yeah, not everyone has a perfect brain. And truly, if ignorance is in this lifetime or past lifetime, ignorance will continue until future lifetimes. That's why we see some pets. Look at the evidence of pets. Some dogs are like, you are incredibly intelligent. God, they run the house. Yes? Or some cats, you got octopus that can escape the aquarium. What in the gay hell? Hello? So, what you accumulate in knowledge will carry on to next lifetime. I posted something earlier in the day, and it's like, death is safe. Because all it's like is taking off a tight shoe. Ever thought about it that way? Death is actually like a dream. When you dream and you know that, oh my God, I'm in this dream. You see fires, you see things, and you're happy or you're joyful in the dream. But you know you're in the dream. You know you're in the dream. Then you wake up and you realize you remember the dream, and you're like, holy cow, I'm back in human form. Well, death is like that. Death is like that. It's okay if you die. You just get rid of this thing that causes you pain and sneezing and oily, and you gotta wash it, and you gotta spray perfume and scrub it, right? True or false, right? We spend all of our life taking care of this thing that doesn't listen to us, right? It betrays us, our own body, or the own evidence right here. So, again, a lot of truth in this, and it's you to put it underneath your microscope and test it. And I hope that you all really, really grab everything and realize, wow, holy cow, Buddhism's been around for that long, and I'm just now awakened to this, right? But it's okay, it's all right. You're hearing it now. That's our job. Our job is to awaken people. People who's been asleep, we're here to awake you. We're here to, Karen, wake up, Karen. Wake up. And realize that your life can become better after this point. So you start flipping every page you flip. You don't have to read this book. You pull out your hair and read this book. It's our job to really interpret in a way that you can easy to understand. And along the way, you have me for the rest of your life. Look at that. What kind of gift is that, right, that I'm giving you? I promise all of you, for the remaining balance of your natural life, whether I'm available or not, I will always pick up the phone for you. Do you know that? That's the promise I'm giving you. It's bad karma if I can't keep my promise. You know that, right? Yeah. I'll be little Bailey. Ruff, ruff. Now, those animals that are really intelligent were once humans. But because of their merits, because of their merits, they could not be human. But they know. They know. One which knows. How could you can't argue with me that they don't know. My dog now, Bailey, is this little Maltese poodle that is so intelligent, it's not even funny. And so mindful, it's not even funny. She knows when the car pulls in. We live on the second story. She makes up her own mind. She's like, let's go out, take a walk. Now she goes out and does her thing and looks at me and like, I'm going back in, bye. And goes back in. We see the correlation. We see that there's more animals versus humans. Why? Because it's a favorable rebirth realm to be born human. So when the world really sucks and you're like, oh my God, I've had it with this. Had it with this. That's a slick way of doing it. Don't try to come back. Be an arahant. Join the cool kids club. Join the saints. Everything you read in Adam and Eve stories and all that wonderful good fruit of the looms, yeah, that's the cool kids club, arahant. And as an arahant, you will be in the arahant realm. And I would imagine that they're going to continue their studies. Because remember, every Buddha was an arahant, but not every arahant becomes a Buddha. Not every saint becomes a Buddha. What is the difference between the two? A Buddha is one who knows everything. That's like multiple PhDs. And to become a saint, you just have to let things go. You don't have to accumulate much. You just have to let things go. Okay? So once you become an arahant, I would imagine that you will continue your studies towards Buddhahood. You will study what needs to be studied. Quite frankly, you think about it, folks. Study what needs to be studied, know what needs to be known, practice what needs to be practiced. Now, if we think about that, what have we been studying our whole life that actually really matters? Isn't it silly? Isn't it silly? What are you studying again? Health science. Accounting? My accounting? I don't have much for accounting. Cybersecurity, right? That's your trade. That's your trade. That's what you will assist people in, numbers, keeping people from hacking, the dark web, to make your paycheck. But what do you do when you're not working, when your mind is tripping, when your girlfriend breaks up with you? What if Lily breaks up with you? How do you feel? Think about it.
Sad, I guess.
Sad? For how long? That's it, just a month. She's watching. What about Dom? What if Dom leaves you? You gonna be sad? We already tried that, didn't we? And how was that? That was hell, wasn't it? Right. Because they didn't study what needs to be studied. The other day you asked me about religion. Remember what you told me? I'm going to remember it till death. What did you tell me about religion? No. So much for mindfulness. That's what that do to you. You want a spark, broski? Calling everybody out today. Angry monk on Sunday. You told me what is the point of religion and why do people need religion when they can just believe in themselves? And they can just, well, we tried that, right? 2 months, 3 months with Dom, right? It didn't work out too well, right? No, that's right. And when it didn't work out too well, right? You get sick with a infection. You try to manage it on your own. You sit there and you're like, Margaret, I don't believe in these pills. Okay, all right, George. Treat it on your own. And you do. You try to go out there and herbals and you spray some stuff and, you know, probably rub poison ivy on your skin and not even know it. You know, you do all these, you drink water, Gatorade, like they tell you to do, try to sleep it off and stuff like that, but the infection is still there. Then somewhere down the line, you find out there's a book that, you know, on page 274, it has Cipro in it. Or penicillin, page 381. You realize, well, damn, these things have been working for the past 20, 30 years. Maybe I should just take the darn pill. Let's try something new. That's the point. The point is try something new. You've been trying to resolve things on your own for so long, and it ain't working, folks. Buddhism is the most comprehensive educational system the world has ever seen. The world has ever seen. Most effective and comprehensive educational system. So 84,000 teachings, that means 84,000 pills, by the way, in case you didn't know. Yes? It is. There is not one teaching that is worthless or useless. All 84,000, say yes? That's 45 of these volumes, 45. Welcome to Buddhism. That's why you have me. And he made a promise to us that we can call him anytime and ask him about things. Well, aren't that just great? No preacher, rabbi, priest ever done said that publicly. I've been saying that since I started. So, as you go home, these are the things I want you guys to look real quick. Give me one. You guys know what these are, yeah? So far? You run to the restroom again because it's not my body. In case you all notice, I wore joggers, right? And all of the wonderful people online see my joggers somewhere. If I don't wear joggers, it would take me forever to like dress up. So our robe, since this is a skirt, it's folded, right? And these are our outer robe, and then this is the, where did it go? This is like a queen size bed sheet, but this is for, this is all it is. Everyone's like, what? It's so significant. What is so significant? It's not. It's the opposite. It's the insignificance of the robe. It means death. Leaves fall from the autumn season. These are the spice colors you get. So, but yeah. Well, instead of going through over these things, instead of teaching you the how, I'd rather get you all wound up with the what in Buddhism versus the how. Let me just ask so far. How many of you want to do this every Sunday? But not like 4 hours, be like 2 hours. 2 hours. How many of you ponder in your mind, you know, oh, you know what, this sounds great, maybe, or look at your schedule real quick. Why don't you guys ponder that, so that, yeah, because I think it's good for me and it's good for you. I've been in my cave writing a book, and I don't think it's healthy to be in the cave that long. If I'm staying up 1:30 in the morning waiting for Brenda to text me, we have a problem. That is the extreme form of Buddhism. We need to come back to the middle way. And I think I'm going to open it up to the public again, just because it feeds our spiritual needs. And to clarify so many things can happen in 1 week anyways. Why don't you come and we meditate to drop negative acquired emotions all in 1 week. Drop negative acquired bad habits in 1 week. Okay, so you come to attenuate, you come to recalibrate yourself, re-energize, invigorate yourself, reinvigorate yourself, refresh, refresh your life. Because in 1 week, it could be hell or it could be heaven, right? So you guys ponder that, and if you could let Brenda know or let me know so that I can gather statistics and numbers so that it's well worth everybody's time to be here. So the things that I wrote on the board earlier was meant for you guys, because you guys were like, we've been to the temple and we've been practicing and you guys have been quiet and silent. You have your notebooks and you also have big Kubasi's books, so that intimidated me. And I was like, oh, I better start jumping into intermediate level stuff versus all these basic stuff all along. So that's why the paramis were there and the 7 factors of enlightenment, which is intermediate level practice in academic reading. So, oh yeah, you don't have to remember the Pali. We can actually eliminate Pali in this lifetime because Bhikkhu already translated everything for us. I don't even remember the Pali. Sometimes I'm like, what? Some people are like, are you sure you're on the Buddhist scholar panel? What is important for you all in regards to your practice as beginners and introductory? It's just to track the breath. Know when it's long, know when it's short. There's also walking meditation, which 2:44 p.m. Who here wants to go to the temple after this? That will end in like 15 minutes. 15 minutes.
Are we going inside or are we going out to meditate?
I am not sure who's there to open the doors. Quite frankly, I hope no one is there, period. It's because I don't want to encounter anyone.
Do they live there?
Yeah, they live there, mom's there. But because I'm so involved in so many projects and they need me for everything, and as soon as they see me, like, oh, Tina, hi, come, we need to do this and that. I get like, and my folder becomes a little bit bigger.
Okay, but we could just go there on our own and walk around.
Yes, I was going to give you guys the tour, and I would give you, we go there for about 20 minutes to give you the tour, and I'm like, hey, this is where we meditate. There's like little huts there. You guys have been to the little huts there. Some of you can even jump in there and realize, whoa, I'm a monk now. Wow. And you can see the statues, and the statues reinforces his life, his timeline. It's just so much better. It's like going to Disney World with Buddhism. Yeah. But what is most important is that you all just track your breath. Now is a good time, best time of your life to pay attention to the breath. Because you see, I'm training you to refine it in such a way that you know when your body is speaking to you. You will know when certain things start to weaken or strengthen. The strengthening and weakening of the vital forces. You refine meditation so much that you actually know when you're going to die. You can time it. You can time it. Did you know that? Yes, ma'am. Just sit. I'll teach you guys body scan. Body scan basically means, hey, left ear. You straight? Neck. Are you straight? That means okay in their language. Right arm, are you okay? When you start scanning your body in depth, when it's time for you to go, trust me, your senses starts to fade, and you will know when it starts to fade. You realize, done, honey, that man's still right. This is the whole say it. Okay, but that's really cool, right? Because we're gonna die. We already know that. Might as well teach you knowing when you're going to die. That's really awesome to know the when, because everyone ponders that. And if you haven't, time to start pondering. Right? The clock's ticking. Every breath that you've taken since sitting in here, you have been one breath closer to. That's right. One step closer to having dinner with God. So, again, it starts with the basics, and then eventually I will teach you all of the potents. I'm transferring everything I know into your mind. I'm like downloading this stuff into your head. And again, My job is to cultivate you guys into saints, if possible. If not, get close to it. It's cool anyways. Cool Kids Club. The club of the Arahants. But, you know, when you're washing the dishes, pay attention. How you're washing the dishes, the squeakiness of it. Okay? When you're walking, enjoy walking. Kiss the earth with your feet. Really feel the grass in between your toes. Right? When you eat, try to do it with chopsticks and realize, oh my God, I done did it. When you taste an apple, really absorb that apple. Right? Quality of life is just that. Mindfulness in everything that you do. Right? And then eventually you're going to see everything else change in your life. How you speak to people, how you're really in the present moment, intimate with that human, and realize, what a miracle that we're here, aren't we? What a miracle that you all woke up today. Because not a lot of people woke up today. Some people woke up blind today. Did you know that? Or deaf. What? Yeah. A lot of people woke up with heart issues today. But what a miracle just to sit here and the ability to hear and to receive liberating knowledge. Knowledge designed to liberate you. So I'd like to closing remarks at 2:49 p.m. We're going to do some closing remarks. Thank you all for coming to learn about Kathina ceremony. In closing remarks about Kathina ceremony is that these are the colors dedicated to world peace. These are the colors dedicated to change, transformation of the world. If there's any religion or way of life, philosophy, that could in fact change the world, it would be Buddhism. Where we got the A to Z to repair the world, to repair all of the broken hearts in the world, all the broken lives across the spectrum of humanity. That includes abandonment, children without parents, orphans, trafficking, everything we can repair. But only people who will be awakened to that by close examination, by direct examination of the teachings, they can see that we can do that. Where Buddhism flourishes and thrives, all of us will thrive and flourish. I hope one day you all get to come to Vietnam or Sri Lanka, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, where I am staying. It depends on when and where. Save up money, by the way. Save up money, create the causes and conditions for time, eat well, sleep well, so you have energy. The three basic components for any vacation: time, health, and money. To be in a Buddhist world and to see how Buddhist world really operates on peace, with peace. By peace I give you, and by peace I leave you. And we need to really define what peace means in our life, which is free from disturbing emotions. And have zero tolerance policy for anything that costs you peace is too expensive. So let today be a very memorable day, because there will never be a day like this again. There will never be another day that is November 6th, Sunday, again, 2022, our Lord. So I want everyone to really absorb, today we came, we learned about the offering of robes, the meaning behind the colors dedicated to humanity, to peace, to end suffering, of liberation. And we learned the Four Noble Truths. We learned by achieving peace, we can track our mind through the breath, and slowly we start to untangle the tangle in our minds, the impossibly complicated problems of mind. And know that you can swim out of your problems quite fairly effectively if you reflect deeply on everything that I have told you. And you're not in this alone. There's 300, 500 million Buddhists around the world. The when you guys greet them, make sure you put your hands together, and wherever you go, namaste, or, I recognize the light in you, right? And when you sit in a room full of Buddhists and you all know generosity, giving, the precept, the safety, it's beautiful. And when you sit in a room full of meditators, you all look at each other and communicate. I know peace, and I know she knows peace. The people who know peace look at each other and they know. It's no different than women going shoe shopping together. Look at that particular shoe and you just look at each other and you're like, hell no. Right? And you look at certain dresses, you're like, oh yes, hell yes. This is Ybor City time, yes? Well, a room full of people on the path to sainthood, they can feel it. You don't even say, you can feel the peace in the room. Now, unfortunately, most of you were not able to attend the temple like Brenda was when I was in the presence of 3-4 other monks. But one of these days, when you get to sit in the presence of 4 or 5 of us, and we just sit and we close our eyes and we meditate, you just feel the peace that emanates. Literally, it like saturates the room with peace. Of just loving kindness, of acceptance. You don't have to prove yourself to anyone. You don't have to put on a mask. You just realize, oh my God, this is what Nirvana is like, all in this room. Holy cow. I could use more of this. I can use more of this. So it's a lot to be excited about, and it's a lot to really think about, truly, and the priority of peace. Just think about the priority of peace. Again, as we close today, you all go in goodness and health and prosperity and much success for all of you. I hope to see you all again in the near foreseeable futures. You all are wonderful, beautiful human beings that have the capacity for enlightenment, capacity to awaken from all of the sleepiness of life, right? It brings great joy to be here with the collective energy in this room alone. Was a gift already. And for those who have already made contributions, thank you. It is the requirement that I give you all the blessing verse for all of your offerings and all of your warm wishes that you have given previously and today. And so at this time, if you want to put your hands together for the blessing verse. Yatha varivaha pura pari purendi sakaran evamewa ito dinan petanan upakapati ichitang hatitang tamhang kipamewa samechatu sakte purentu sankapa chando amyaraso yatha manicho adiraso yatha sapi diyo viwan Adusa Paroa Goa Vina Satuma Te Pakwan Tuan Katrayo Suki Ihai Yuko Bawa Apiwan Danasile Sani Changu Tapachanino Yataro Thamma Watandi Ayuanoa So Kang Palang Navatusa Pamangalang Rakantusa Padevata Sapabutan Pavena Sadasoti Bhavantute Bhavatusa Pamangalang Rakantusa Padevata Sapatamma Nupavena Sadasoti Bhavantute Bhavatusa Pamangalang Rakantusa Padevata Sapasankha Nupavena Sadasoti today. May I share all of my merits with all of you today. May all of the blessings from the Devas and the celestial beings protect all of you. May the teachings of the Buddha protect all of you as you go forth. May you study ardently May you practice what needs to be practiced. May you know what needs to be known. May you always be well. May you always be happy. May you always be healthy. May you be free from mental suffering. May you be free from physical suffering. May you be at peace. May you be healed. May you be a source of healing for other people. May you awaken to the light of your own true nature. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. This concludes our session. Before we go to the temple, if we can take a group picture. And I think the group picture is most appropriate.
And the address is 1770 62nd Avenue.
Yes, 1770 62nd Avenue North. Someone verify that for me. One of you guys verify that, because last time I gave like a block away. So much for mindfulness, Venerable. If we should take the group picture here first, and then after that, you guys can do what you have to do on this table. And by the way, for the offerings, it's meaningless if you just throw whatever in there and then throw it in there. Really put your intentions in there, and really put may a novice monk, may a monk benefit from my proceedings. Put your intentions on there. That's what really gets that merit going. The intention behind the giving is what really matters the most. It's no different than St. Jude's Cancer, when we make that $5, like, may this kid really get cured from this. And so as we take the picture in front here, if you all could really quickly kneel down, maybe 3 or 4. Can we take this away? Can you take this away? We're going to kneel in front of the Buddha statue so that we have the image of the Buddha, and then these students are going to take a really big picture of everything. It just picks this up and just put it all the way back there so we have room. And you all can line up from there. Yeah.
1776.
Yeah, we'll exchange address here shortly, but Jenna, you come in and then we'll swap you guys out. You guys can, can kneel all on one, equal 5 on 5 or something like that. We can fit one more here. I don't bite, trust me. As a matter of fact, most of I'm not allowed to touch women, but in America, the hugs really mean a lot. So I give the hugs away. All right. You can come, Ashley, that corner right there, or so. Okay. Can you fit everybody in, Steve?
Yep.
Or do you need my phone? Okay. So we're gonna put our hands together, sign of peace. Big old smile, because Buddhists are happy people. We don't want to look like tax collectors.
3, 2, 1.
And then you want to swap with Steve. Steve, you come in here real quick. And then Julius, you're going to take for both of them in a little bit. I like that hat. Thank you. You work in cybersecurity, you got to be like anonymous, right? Yeah, anonymous group. Okay, everyone, hands together. You can fit everybody? All right. And we'll do one with flash too, on the green.
Julius, if you could take one on my phone of everybody. Miss Jenna, if you want to jump in here real quick.
Just the phone or that one?
Just the phone, yeah. Now, if you haven't seen suffering physically, I'm doing it to y'all.
I can't.
Experiment, I know. Experiment, right? Rick's feeling it, trust me. That right leg it is. Oh, yeah. All right. Hey, we're experimenting, right? Yeah. He's a scientist. Big old smile. Thank you, Julius. Thank you so much. Okay, you guys are free to do whatever you like. We'll exchange the address. I'll write the address on here.
Can we get the picture?
Oh, I'll send it to you and you can distribute it.
Okay.
Yeah, because I mean, you're more tech savvy than I am.
Oh, right.
At 1:30 in the morning.
That's when I do my best work.
Oh, thank you, Julia.
Anything, Brenda?
No, tomorrow morning I have a 10 o'clock, so I'll come tomorrow.
Right, okay. We have to be somewhere, so she wanted to come and see the temple. But
Okay,
maybe
you guys
next
can
time.
go there on your own, because we're not going in.
Yeah.
It's really fun outside.
Yeah.
See you, Randy.
Buddhists.
I think so.
Yeah, my mom and I went to
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
Yes.
You going over there?
Is that right? 1770? Okay. All right, good. Awesome. I don't even know the zip code. That's good. Great.
So Stephen, don't worry about the chairs, because we have a great chair and we'll just make a big circle.
I know, right? So,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
All right.
See you, Jay.
All right.
Good to see you.
You too.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'll try to see you tomorrow.
Remember, we're still on there on
Nice to meet
Tuesday.
you.
Yeah,
Make
Tuesday.
it.
Yeah, I'll start making it.
Okay, good.
Okay, see you there.
Are you going over there?
No,
we've
actually got dinner with our family.
All right.
Yeah, we're already
Good to see you.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, good.
Oh, yeah. Okay. No, not yet. We're just gonna.
Want to say thank you?
You're welcome. Thank you for coming.
My daughter enjoyed it. My daughter enjoyed it. I went to the temple last time.
You
I need to
make it. Holy man, just stay holy. Yeah, no problem. You guys liked it? Hope to see you guys back.
All right, see ya. We'll see you when I need
Oh,
help.
okay, yeah.
You said you did hugs, so I'll do that.
Absolutely. I'll see you guys here shortly.
Likewise, thank you. Let's see. Brenda, are we ready to go?
Yeah.
Anything else? Yeah.
Everything else I will see. We'll do it.
A 4-hour session. Oh.